Hey everybody, welcome back into another Fear the Old Lore Dark Souls Remastered Prepare to Lore Edition stream. Yesterday we went through the Lower Undead Burg, killed the Capra Demon, and then I wanted to see if we could talk to Patches before he would disappear with Reah stuff, but apparently I did it too late. So maybe after talking or killing the Capra Demon, Reah and her company will arrive in the Firelink Shrine, and then once you do that, you miss out on your chance to go see Patches and get kicked down a pit as par for the course with dealing with him. So today we're going to kind of finish out the other sections of the Catacombs, which I haven't shown off. Then we'll go to the Tomb of the Giants just to see Patches and maybe rescue Reah fairly early. And then we'll go back to like Firelink. And I might either do the Undead Asylum next or Darkroot Garden after. Well, I'll probably go rescue Laurentius. I don't know. There's a lot of options that you actually have that I kind of forget about going into a Dark Souls playthrough. So anyway, everybody welcome back in. Venom says, Tomb of the Giants, this early, ambitious, aren't we? Kinda, yeah. I've done it before. It's definitely a pain in the butt, but we'll see how it goes. Katie says, 1, 2, 3, Quelaag ain't bad unless you have arachnophobia. There's no pun, just facts. Venom said, can't judge, you two crave the silver serpent ring and beeline for it as soon as possible. I actually wasn't even thinking about that. It's just because Reah went down here and we kind of chased her. Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention we killed Pinwheel and got the Rite of Kindling. And then we just leveled up a little bit. We're like level 26 now? So we're doing okay. Hey Justin, welcome back in. You said hello. Just be careful about going to the tomb. It's a long trek back. Yeah, you guys are definitely not wrong about that. I've done it before, so I am somewhat familiar with it. Maybe I should go to the tomb first, just because the trek back will lead me showing off the aspects of the catacombs anyway. That might make the most sense now that I think about it. Echo Fiend says, as someone with arachnophobia, most spider enemies don't faze you. Father Rat, welcome to the stream. It's been a while since we've seen you. You see you're wearing the best fashion souls in the game, pretty much. If I could not fat roll while wearing it, I would actually be using the Elite Knight armor set just because it's what's on the cover image. But yeah, we started out as a warrior. Philippe, welcome back in. You said you've heard from other arachnophobes that video game spiders just don't look spidery enough. I kind of agree with that. Like, I wouldn't say like I'm particularly arachnophobic as much as just seeing them kind of like freaks me out for a second, and then I'll compose myself and be fine. But yeah, video game spiders have never bothered me. I feel like it's more like the sense of surprise that comes along with it at times. The only thing I did off stream was just repair my equipment right after ending yesterday, since we had the surplus of souls there. Oh wow, that actually hit us. So we're just going to drop down again, go through Pinwheel's little section, and then enter the Tomb of the Giants and regret life. Our guy. How did we miss that? Should have Oh, that's what I get for hesitating. Justin says, have you joined the Gravelord Covenant? Yes, that is one of the other things that we did on the last stream, and I showed off some of the art. Rat says, also you can finally hear my stream voice since you got headphones? Nice. And also my condolences, I don't know. You're wanting that sweet, sweet paladin armor, aren't you? Kind of, but with as stubborn as I am with like these HUDless runs, I probably wouldn't even wear it. So at the very least, we can fight Paladin Leroy, and there's really no actual reason for going down there other than to kind of rescue Reah and meet Patches at an inopportune time. And to make you guys laugh at how many gravity deaths there will be today in the pitch black dungeon down there. Oh, I went too far. That's a second. Go rest at Vamos' bonfire first. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. Okay, yeah. And there goes like all our 1,500 souls or whatever it was. I forget that he has a bonfire in this one. Phobos, welcome back in. Where am I walking? Into the wall? It could be argued that it's better if video game spiders don't trigger arachnophobia. Yeah, you're not wrong. Leroy won't invade until the piss wall disappears. I'm pretty sure he invades early. Felt like I've done that before. Let's the way. Okay, well. I almost said that worked right before I fell off. I actually slipped off the first time. I was gonna go around and roll off the other way that had been working for us. What I get? I didn't even need to fight this thing. I'm just, I'm already tilted, not even like 5 minutes into this stream. Spiders are one of those animals that are super misrepresented in the game. They're almost never accurate. Same with rats. Yeah, I guess, yeah, rats. Probably just because of, like, old D&D style tropes to go with the rats. I think I should survive the fall. Unless we get hit by, like, the skull again. I was wrong. Obviously. Katie says, speaking of sword dance, you knew that it was supposed to be in Dark Souls 3 as an attack that Aldrich could do and probably as a miracle available to the player. Yeah, I've heard about that. Does he not really use it during that fight? I don't think so. At least I don't remember seeing it the last playthrough. Because I feel like in some recent discussions, some people are like, oh, what do you think about Aldrich using the Gravelord sword dance as a representation of him potentially eating multiple gods, but I just didn't remember that he only has Gwendolyn stuff, essentially. With our luck, I thought I was about to die again. Oh yeah, Vamos's bonfire. Let's kill this guy first for the souls and the regrets. I missed both of them. Holy crap. I'm terrible at this game, guys. Newsflash. Ugh, that's scary. Probably gonna get... Yeah. I was gonna say I'm probably gonna get hit from behind. That's what I get for not just sprinting to the bonfire, I suppose. Oh, he uses the Gravelord sword as a weapon. Okay, thank you guys. Enemy loves spiders. Philippe says, you've heard spiders don't really jump to attack, they extend their front legs and grab. I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of spider it is. Because I do know that there are, like, jumping spiders, but they probably do just, like, grab, as you were saying. What am I doing? He has Nito's sword on his staff. Okay. Spiders are cool since you cannot tell which ones are dangerous and which ones aren't. You stay away from them. It's not the worst of ideas, and we're getting followed. Just run. Because I screwed everything up. I thought this dude was going to knock me off my path again. Like it happened to us yesterday. Alright, how many... We're almost full. Got the skeleton following us, because of course. Alright, so now we should be okay. I lied. No, not like that. I got body blocked. There is a species legit called the jumping spiders. Don't bother animals if you don't have to. Yeah, it's paramount. A true life pro tip right there. Social spiders do exist. Too bad bloodsuckers exist and screwed up the evolution path. Bobo said, video games generally treat animals as if they're out to kill you. Any animal you find to fight to the death. Or you just shoot the rabbit and gain nothing. It's like an either-or dichotomy. Alright, well, screw this guy. Or do we risk it? Risk it. Uh-oh. Dog heard a truck, thinks it's the male. I wasn't trying to jump then. Right. Vamos's bonfire is a lie. I should probably just go in the actual top way instead of just screwing around like this. It would definitely be the safest way. Very easy to get to too. Sometimes I just get stubborn, which I really shouldn't do on stream. I tell myself not to do it on stream, and then I end up doing it anyway. Alright. Or then I say, let's play smarter, and then I continue to do the exact stupid thing that got me in the situation in the first place. There's our stairs over there. Damn it! Oi, gravity. I'm not trying to make a best of fail compilation clip here, although it's going to end up being one. It already is at this point. Zero of these. Thought I just overshot it, because with my luck, why wouldn't I? Let me run. This guy. Let me just run past him in peace. Oh man, this streamer really sucks at playing, guys. That only took 3 years. Since we don't have anything else to loot right now. Run. Is that their outer limit? Nope. Why do I tempt fate? This actually feels a little bit like payback. A little bit, though. All of this just to save a cleric. Really? Alright. Whoa there, welcome to the stream. We can just bum rush past, Bone Wheel Skeletons don't go into Pinwheel's boss room. Okay, sweet, just figured that out. Boba says black bears are famous for being huge cowards despite being very large. There's videos of them running away from cats. Yeah, black bears don't really like to mess with people too much. And if you're loud enough, that should like give them enough warning where they can avoid you for the most part. I don't remember where the first bonfire is. I don't remember if we actually need to go far in here. Like, I kind of always thought there was like one over here, but I'm always wrong about that, I feel. So those glowing eyes as skeletons, and in the distance we can kind of see Lost Izalith. So the Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. But you can kind of see a bit more over here. So, okay, I guess can't really show it from this angle. Can't move around. Over there you can kind of see like the rib cage of a skeleton, or maybe that's from here. Okay, yeah, never mind. We do have like giant skeletons over here. I was thinking it was the one down there with the other skeleton, or the archer dude, and the one that goes on all fours. The that way is towards like essentially the equivalent of the smoldering lake in Dark Souls 3. I forget what it's called in this one. And that big old chamber over there is essentially where the Witch of Izalith is, the Bed of Chaos. That actually the... No, I don't think so. Maybe not. Okay. Let me read what you guys are saying. To be fair though, rabbits are the closest thing to video game any will get, since you can shoot them in the head and then nothing happens. Not in Terraria, man. In general, games don't do a great job making the enemies want to live. Seeing LP call out of the Tomb of Giants is going to be fun. Big example is Last of Us 2. Whole game is about what people are ready to do to survive, but the enemies don't care about their own life. There's some annoying skeletons here, yeah, for sure. They can kill Vamos. Yeah, the pinwheel dudes. It's fun watching people die. It's hard to conceive of a game where players don't go, America, F yeah, on the enemies. Justin says, you're watching a streamer do a perma-toxic run, and he got stuck in the tomb because he sat down like an idiot? Ooh. You know, this is out of the blue, but might you recommend playing Risk of Rain 2? I liked Risk of Rain 1 a lot. I wasn't, like, super interested in Risk of Rain 2. I don't know, the switch to the 3D graphics just didn't appeal to me as strongly as the charming visuals of the original, I guess. But I've looked into it. I'll consider it. Bonfires near patches. Okay. So it is just that one. Okay. For some reason, like, in my head, I always thought there was one here, but there really isn't. It always felt like there should be. Probably just because you killed Pinwheel and it's such a run to get to the actual bonfire. Where's our path? Okay. So we should be okay, I think. Come on. Stand still. So the Zweihander can stunlock the giants if I have the stamina to swing it. Oh, and of course. It's always the binoculars that get me. Everyone's afraid of Florida Man. Verse fire is really low to the right. Yes. Okay. Not trying to jump. Alright, I need to unbind L3 thing. It has become an issue now. Where's the jump? Okay. Wait, how do you put it back? Damn it. Oh, so just, I guess I wasn't in it before. Let me hit defaults. I think I screwed that up, so this will be... Oh, it's already circle as default. Okay. What if the Ash Lake skull fell from the Tomb of the Giants? It's a strong possibility. The only issue with that is just how unique it is, how different it looks. Florida Man is at the top of the food chain. The BB skeletons. I don't think I let go of circle, but I guess I must have. Now we should be safe, right? Let's keep running a little bit. Now we should be safe. I guess I should have, oh, this will be fine. I really need, like, the Chloranthy ring. Or just more endurance in general, but... You can't find any since it fell down. Ash Lake isn't located at that opening? No, he's just saying in general. Or you just mean, period. The giant skeletons would imply it's a tomb of giants. It's a burial place for the whole giant race. Let's see. By-hander, and I think as we start to go down now we get shot at, or if we're not being shot at right now. Okay. I thought there was a way to fall there. Shows how well I actually remember that layout. Okay. If we look at the theory of how minerals equals power, does that make calcium-based life forms like skeletons equal to a dragon? I don't know. I wouldn't say that, because, there's some weird stuff that's hard to kind of figure out in relation to, these kind of skeletons. They seem to be more reanimated as dead ones, like Nito, so maybe they're the dead instead of undead. And I guess there is like a bigger difference between the undead versus the dragon, since Nito was brought out as a product of the first flame. Whether or not you're just memeing, I do think that is a valid question, to be honest. And that's what I get for not paying attention. Justin says, you're pretty sure the beast skeletons have the same moveset as the beast scourge from Bloodborne? Oh, kind of, yeah. They're very, reminiscent of that. I get what you guys are saying, like the Bloodborne skeletons now. Yeah, they're kind of like the Scourge beasts of this. It's not clear what the skeletons are. The giant skeletons seem different from the normal ones. Skeletons are more immortal than dragons. Nito seems different from all of those. What's Tomb of the Giants called in Japanese? I would need to look up the specific thing, but it's essentially, I just kind of remember the equivalent of it was, Tomb of the Gods Giants, or the Gods Tomb of Giants, something along those lines. Damn it, wasn't far enough. Okay. Is there anything giant-related terminology the English omits? So other than just it being plural gods, and so it's like the gods Tomb of Sleeping Giants, I think might be what it was. So the giants are sleeping. I would need to double check though. Leave me alone. Now we should be okay, alright. Not when we do it like that. Oh wait, these look like Vort Skellies. Maybe the Outrider Knights were a newer version of the Primordial Miracle effect. Now that you mention like the Vort skeletons, makes me think of the little infant ones right before facing Nito. Oh god, Tomb of the Giants is one of the places tied to the rebellion. You knew DS lore was convoluted, but we hardly even know what death equates to in this game now. Still haven't read the death document in the Discord. Which reminds me, I should read more of that stuff now that I'm a bit more familiar with the lore. Almost yeeted myself off there. Chill out. Three hits. Heal. Let me check out something real quick. Right. Also, there's no more skeletons in the Tomb of the Giants, so maybe the power to wake the dead was not meant for humans. There's a bunch of skeletons. Oh, normal skeletons? There's a bunch of those right outside Nito's arena. So I guess you could technically argue that's not the Tomb of the Giants. But I think you could also find like little skulls as we continue on. Obviously, I can't show a lot of things off right now without like my lantern, but... Where is it? I think we need to fall this way then. Actually, let's try to be smart for once. Wait, I don't think I have any of the prism stones. That's all of my stones are in Dark Souls 3. I think it's a little bit further to the left. I should have been able to live. Oh well, we'll just go normal style. By which I mean just like try to run as fast as possible through it. Let's stop also screwing around with the bone wheel dudes, because they're killing me consistently and we're not getting anywhere near a bonfire yet, so just keeping on dying is no bueno. Crap. Well, here I go lying again. Oh, there's not another one. Thought I was gonna die. Almost. So I heal for 500 now. Okay. At least I know that much. This is the most unsettling place in your first run through. Oh, this is the new Londo. Yeah, I like the Tomb of the Giants just because it is scary. I know it's a real pain in the ass, but I don't know. Sometimes like pains in the ass like this just develops character. Sound like an old man now. Holy crap! But it's kind of true. Go. Let's heal just in case we get wrecked. So yeah, Effervescent brings up that that's the name of it, but they do call it more than just that, which is like the God's Tomb of the Giants. But maybe as far as like the nameplate goes, that's probably all that it is. Spamming the R2. We said we're gonna go about this normal style. It's actually going this way. And then we slide down here and make a right. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? That we just dropped down. Okay, so I was misremembering where. So now we should be like right by the bonfire. It's like down there, yeah. See, I do kind of remember where I'm going, I just don't remember the specifics. I almost stepped off the cliff right then. Okay. Trying to repair my stuff. We could show off this skeleton a bit better. The tomb of a giant. Not a tomb. A skeleton of a giant, essentially. As I catch up. Okay. Arrow Robo, nice to see you again. You said the shackles of the gods is like the sacrificial brand from Berserk, except the branded bone keeps the dead walking. I feel like the shackle of the gods in this sense is essentially life, and I feel like the dark sign at this point is just funneling life into the hollows. So that's kind of one of the things that I have come to my own conclusions about as we've like gone through the 3 games. But it isn't explicit, and there's still lots of room for disagreement. Elda says, you think the Ash Lake skull was there because that creature died there? Ash Lake is the Ashes War of the Ancients. Ashes of the War of the Ancients, my apologies. Skeletons could be poltergeist spirits controlling the body rather than being the body. Someone said yesterday that Nito could be the cloak. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Skeletons are not undead in the same way that hollows are, if they're alive at all. So, the Japanese for it is Kyojin Hakaba, literally the giant burial place. There's no mention of gods. So it's in the miracles that you get with Nito, specifically. Hold on, let me actually look at my item here. And then I'll pull up the Japanese description for it, so just give me a moment. Oh, what's this? Gravelord Sword Dance. So, Kamigami no Nemiru Kyojin Hakaba. So, literally, like, the gods, sleeping giants, tomb slash graveyard it's what it's called, like, fully in the Gravelord sword dance. Whereas in this, it just says Nito sleeps within the tomb of giants, quietly overseeing all death. So there's a little bit of a difference in the translation. I would probably chalk it up to just like character limits, because this seems to be maybe near the limit as far as like the descriptions fit. Yeah, because maybe the DLC will make it a bit more obvious. Oh, I guess they could get rid of maybe a line break, but it does seem to be like kind of closing in on it. Yeah, okay. Katie said, you thought that death is either the destruction of a vessel, since soul seems to be separate from life, and losing it doesn't mean death, or it's a state similar to being in an afterlife like souls in Hades. Elder says, to differentiate, you'll call these Nito dead the unquiet dead. It's not a bad idea. And then... you think the Tomb of Giants is a good level? It's the same shame it lacks lore. Yeah, I can feel you on that one. Especially with like a pinwheel leading up to it. And like all the necromancers in here. Or more precisely, the Giant's Grave / Tomb Place, yes. You think people just hate it because they don't like unconventional levels? It's a fair area overall. Philippe says, you could understand criticism that it's a bit dull, but the darkness mechanic would make decorations do more harm than good. Bobo says, if bonfires, all in any of them, allowed you to do something as simple as going back to Firelink, this place wouldn't be half as much of a pain. Yeah. So that's also like one of the differences that they made between going from like Dark Souls 1 and 2 and 3. So the ability to teleport was a huge boon, and also kind of a bane at times. Like being able to teleport or like fast travel in games is a really hard thing to implement very well in game design, because as soon as you implement the ability to fast travel, it takes away a lot of the interconnectedness of the world. It makes it feel smaller overall, and it makes traveling to a certain extent feel insignificant or more of a pain. I mean, there's pros and cons, because it's still going to be a pain even if you can't fast travel. So it's a really tough problem to try to solve. So I think Dark Souls trying to tie it to the Lord Vessel in 1 was a good kind of unique idea. It was just a bit weird to me that you could only link to specific bonfires. Maybe it's different in the remaster, I don't know, but it was a real pain that you couldn't like warp to this one, I think. Or no, you could warp to this one, but not the other ones nearby. It's a little bit weird how they handled it, but overall, I really do appreciate the level design of Dark Souls just because you can see how much thought and effort they put into making the world kind of interconnected. So the way that the bonfires are set up and having to force people to run through different parts is kind of a cool way to just highlight all of the work that went into it beforehand. But I suppose you could do all that stuff before even coming down to the Tomb of the Giant, so I don't know. Anyway. Justin says, is there a reason why Nito's miracles are miracles? Probably because it seems like his power might resolve from a different place other than the soul, aka sorceries, or the fires of pyromancy. So as to why they're miracles, it's a really good question, and I can only speculate at best. Rat says, could Tomb of the Giants be an early version of the Drug Heap since it's where the heaviest parts of humans go due to bones hardly degrading in a tomb unlike the rest of the body? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, oh well, I guess we didn't go through the catacombs, so that's why I didn't mention it. I have wondered before if the catacombs link up to that little grave area in Dark Souls 3 in the Ringed City, where Patches will kick you down, or Lap will kick you down if you do his quest. There is like a lot of similarity in the architecture there. So sorry that's completely like not answering your question. Just made me think. I guess that wasn't a question either. It was kind of a question. So yeah, I don't necessarily think this is the Dreg Heap, but I don't know. If anything, I think it might have been Hawkshaw in one of his videos, or maybe it was Candidate who said like the Ash Lake would probably be a good comparison for it, or like a good representation of like things falling down to the bottom because it's below everything. I don't know though. Bobo says it would still involve commitment because you still have to walk all the way, but it would allow the player more freedom. Overall, an undead area with underwhelming lore too. Nito deserved better. Yeah, I agree. Nito deserved more. He's kind of like Volnir in that way, where like the dude is just so cool when you look at the little bits of information that you can get about him, but just like it doesn't really flesh out too much, which I suppose is a little bit suitable for a skeleton. And yes, that was a terrible pun. You think the Dreg Heap was just not conceived of back then? There's not much time and space distortion in the tomb. It's just a place deeply buried. You could argue that there might be time or space distortion just because light here is literally limited. Like it seems like the light can't extend as far as it could otherwise. Which is linked to time according to like one of the Ulasil spells. I think it's repair, like all light is time. So in a place like the Tomb of the Giants, if light can't extend as far as it normally does, it probably could. You could make the argument that there is some like compression of reality here to some extent. Rat says because he's a god and he's powered by faith. So that is another possibility for Nito, but it's a bit weird to say whether he's a god. I would argue probably not, just because the game does call him like the first of the dead, a Shisha more specifically. But just the races in general are really... They could have used a little bit more explicit differences, I suppose. Because it's hard to say whether the witches are gods. Like, I know Cornix calls Quaylana a god in the time of Dark Souls 3. They're just called witches, essentially. And Miyazaki said that they're different from humans, and... that's pretty much all we really get. So really, it's hard to say what the difference is between like pygmies, humans, if you believe that they're different, witches, gods, and to a lesser extent giants. Like obviously giants are giant, but some of the gods are giant too, so I don't know. Foxy Boxer, welcome in. You said agree 100% about fast travel. Dark Souls did it the best way. Sweet. Wish you couldn't teleport so much in Bloodborne. Yeah, Bloodborne kind of made it have to work that way just because of the hub system. Otherwise, it'd be a real pain to level up. That was actually one of my complaints about Dark Souls 2. Like, I was so confused that you had to go to the Firekeeper to level up. rather than the bonfire itself. But I digress. Bleep says there's no value in merchants and checkpoints if you can just go back to town. That's a good point. Shortcuts also lose value. Yeah, those are all good points I hadn't really thought of as well. Steven, welcome back. I don't remember if I saw you earlier. You said Dragon's Dogma had a cool fast travel mechanic. When you drop the Waystone, you can fast travel back to, but only had a limited amount of stones. See, that's another smart way to handle it. So developers do smart things to kind of get around those kind of challenges at times. Alright, Effervescent, welcome back. You said fast travel ruined Oblivion, Skyrim, and Fallout 3, New Vegas, and 4. In hardcore mode for Fallout 4, you can only fast travel between settlements. You have established supply routes between. Nice idea. Health point allows you to use a resource to turn any checkpoint into a teleport point, and only a few are teleport by default. Nito got shafted. Just throw him a bone, Miyazaki. Nito might also be a giant. Our giants are just the most advanced golems created by Gwyn. DS1 is the odd one out when it comes to leveling. Yeah. Having a merchant in a lost, deeply buried place feels great if you don't have a way out. You think leveling waifus is more hassle than usage? Okay. So now we're finally caught up. I'm going to advance a little bit more. Wait, where's my ladder? Okay, so then Patches is going to be around here. Oh yeah. Let's change our stuff. I guess I should have done this while I was looking at chat. It's all good though. They could have at least allowed you to talk to the Firekeeper through the bonfires. That would have been interesting. Probably a little bit annoying as far as like the players go, cycling between either dialogue or something. Or I guess you could have had like maybe their faces appear in it, like Zordon and Power Rangers. Bear, seek, lest. Katie says, most races seem to be arbitrary distinctions made by people, not exactly supported by any facts, which just is how it is or was in real life. Kind of. I think that's probably true to a certain extent, but at least with Miyazaki's interview where he says, like, witches are a completely different race and therefore, like, they can't have children with men, does throw a little bit of a wrench into that interpretation overall. One could make the argument that based on, like, I don't want to say like decisions, but like affinities with like witches and the ultimate souls or whatever, that could have changed their physiology, but overall it's what we have to work with, I suppose. So this is our unbreakable Patches, known in this one as, what is it, Iron Patches? No, something along those lines. He might tell us here. So we missed his first encounter in the Catacombs. So if I do like a new game plus cycle, I'd probably just go there like immediately to just get kicked down the pit to get that footage. Damn it, I don't think I hit record. No, I did. Okay. The existential meltdown of losing out on 45 minutes of gravity deaths. No, I mean, this would have been a fine spot if I hadn't recorded, just because it's really like coming here and talking to him, which is important.
Good day. You look reasonably sane. What are you doing in the catacombs? Are you a cleric or something? Yes, I guessed as much. Well, here's a tip. There's a stash of treasure right down that hole. I found it first, but well, you're the cleric, right? I owe you for all that, praying and whatnot. I'll give you first pick. Well, go on. Have a look. It'll shimmer you blind.
I just love Patches' voice actor. He does such a great job of subtly like changing his tone, going from very jovial to what's thinly veiled malice in just the drop of a hat.
There, that hole. Take a closer look. what you deserve. You damn clerics. You're worse than maggots. You must be loaded. I'll strip your corpse clean.
I know you haven't caught a lot of the stream, so why would I say yes? The answer is for the footage. So we get a bunch of corpses here. Very questionable as to why they're placed here. But we get our skull lantern, which will actually allow us to get some illumination in this damn hellhole that we're trapped in. So this really makes the Tomb of the Giants bearable. And as we come down here, we will find Reah and two of her companions who have now turned hollow. So, Patches' dialogue here is pretty indicative of probably how clerics generally act in these games. Like, we have Petrus essentially like betraying Reah, and he'll even kill her later if we allow him to do it. But, the question is whether or not Patches kicked all of them down here, or if it's Petrus. We have reason to believe it could be either, honestly. And so he might actually have a reason for hating clerics other than just unknown reasons. Just because if he was down here and saw Petrus betray everybody, that would kind of go pretty well in line with his character. He's definitely opportunistic, and it doesn't matter if we aren't a cleric, he'll still kick us down here anyway. But, I don't think it'll really make a difference into how well he'll sleep at night, whoever he kicks down a hole. So that's pretty much that for Patches. I'll try to fight the two hollow dudes right now and rescue Reah, and then try to talk to Patches to get his dialogue here. Because I think he says something different, like once you get out, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." So I'll go on with the cleric charade for a little bit more, and then I'll reload the game and say no and get kicked back down here. Alright. You didn't know Miyazaki said witches couldn't interbreed with the others, which is weird considering her daughters are human-sized. Why would you say you're a cleric? Wait, you're a cleric? Rip. Worked as a geneticist for a few years, so you allow him to politely disagree, but you understand that this is more of a political topic. Witches can't bred with humans, excuse me. People had Quelaag as their waifu. No, how dare you? A-class English voice actors across the board, but yeah, this one's pretty shifty Brit. Foxy says, super deep lore, Patches is actually helping you. He helped you avoid the fall damage. True. If you tell him you're a cleric, then he'll become permanently hostile to you after he kicks you down? Okay, well that'll be cool to show off. Doesn't mean you can't try. Those people being there is for the fact that they got pushed outside of a cutscene, so they took the full damage. Exactly. Sleep says, you thought the idea was that Petrus just ran away as soon as things got hard and kills Reah to cover his ass. That's an interesting thought line as well. He'll kick you down no matter what, but he'll feel self-righteous about it if you're a cleric. Lloyd seems to have built a church of self-interested men, the coin in him doubling his fortune and whatnot. You told you Patches wasn't on the bridge first? No, he is on the bridge. Because I've done that before. Like, he's kicked me down before I've come to the catacombs. So, I mean, we could check out the bridge later. We're going to come back up anyway. But he does have two different spots where he exists in this game. So, as we come down here, are the towers not going to spawn in? Or is it because we've got Reah over here? Okay. Try to get this camera angle pretty well.
You're no hollow, are you? Thank goodness. Please be careful. There are two fierce hollows not far from here. They were once brave knights, my former escorts. Who would let such strong spirits be hollowed so? Heavens, is there nothing at all to be done?
Oh man, I don't remember her dialogue. I feel like I looked at it and I felt like there might have been a difference. I think she was asking the gods like why they would let two strong spirits be hollowed. So she sounds a bit more blasphemous in the Japanese, maybe. I might be misremembering. Let me try to look it up. What's her Alright, let's look at this real quick. Oh, hold on. I think I found it. Okay, so no, it was a little bit different, but I was remembering it the opposite way. So please try to forget what I said. It was more like for those two to become hollows and turn their back on the gods, like how terrible. So I feel like she's probably like blaming them for becoming hollows, which is kind of funny and seems like a bit of a cognitive dissonance, I suppose. Like it was their choice to go hollow. Maybe it is. I don't know. And then I think everything else after that's probably the same. Yeah, she just tells us to take care of them, essentially. Alright. I'll talk to her again and then catch up with you guys.
You're no hollow, are you? Thank goodness. Please be careful. There are two fierce hollows not far from here. They were once brave knights, my former escorts. Who would let such strong spirits be hollowed so? Heavens, is there nothing at all to be done?
Alright, so, oh yeah, I'll catch up with you guys. Oh, you can actually see the silhouette of one of them right there. The bottom circle looking like thing. Where are the male witches? They're the warlocks. The conjurators that you only hear about in descriptions. Ceaseless discharge. Jeremiah is supposed to be the consort of the Witch of Izalith? I mean, that's not exactly canon. That's more somebody's headcanon. Ceaseless was born, so was, who was Ceaseless's father? You realize that it makes sense that Reah can't get a good ending no matter what you do. She has no self-respect, no will to fight and stand up for herself. That's a really good point to make in relation to Reah, especially with how some of the characters work in the games. But ironically enough, even some of the characters that do fend off for themselves don't get good endings. But I see what you're saying, though. Probably because the church raised her that way. Jeremiah is an undead, though. The real reason Seath went insane was because he was horny and the crystal golems are too slow with bringing females. Disagree. Katie says, it feels weird to hear everyone talking about how clerics aren't the best, like they never heard of church in the Middle Ages, Catholic in particular. Reah can get a decent ending if you rescue her, kill Petrus, and then never buy all her miracles. Venom has a good point with that. Though Ceaseless might not count as a witch since he was born as a demon. Witches can't breed with humans. She's dependent on others to give her purpose, and without them she'll just fall into despair. Damn it, your guys talk about interbreeding made Rat love Seath lore. Elda says, do we know Jeremiah is undead? I don't know. Probably not directly. Maybe one of his items say it, since you're the Xanthus scholar. Seath's family tree is an enigma. Bobbin, welcome back in. He said, hey, all good? Yeah, we fell down many pits like 30 times earlier today, so we're doing pretty well. Elda said, where did people find this interview? Why are you so out of the loop? I think if you just type in like Dark Souls interviews in Google, it'll be either the first or second result that'll come up. There's like a wiki that has it compiled on there. Foxy says, ominously watching. Venom said, they abandoned the gods because they lost their faith. Reah is chastising them because if they'd kept the faith that the gods would aid them, they wouldn't have gone hollow like her. I mean, yeah, you're right, but I feel like it is still cognitive dissonance for her to say that. Like, it seems a fate that's pretty inescapable. But again, that just shows like the power of her faith in her religion. So it's understandable why she believes that, but it's also kind of naive is the way that I would look at it personally. Leap says, Ceaseless Discharge is the one born as the son of the daughter of Chaos. Speaking of Seath's family tree, it would have been cool if they kept the original idea where Priscilla plays the role of the Level Up Maiden or the Firekeeper in White. Is Priscilla even Seath's child? You thought Shira was Seath's newest child. There's nothing explicit saying that Priscilla is his child, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that could lend support to it. As in English, she's just called a crossbreed or half-breed. No, she's just called a crossbreed. The Japanese says she's like a full-on half-dragon. She's like Priscilla the Pure White, whereas Seath is like the White Dragon Seath or Seath the White. So, in addition to that, there's a lot of other parallels between Priscilla and Seath in that she has magic that is kind of illusory in nature. When you go to fight Seath, you'll go down like the invisible crystals and stuff like that. And she's kind of associated with the moon, and even Seath is associated with the moon. He kidnaps handmaidens. Don't say Priscilla's origins in the game. Seath seems most like he's a living dragon that interacts with the gods, and he's into evil science. He's also albino. She's also albino like Seath. Shira could be adopted. There's a few other dukes that could potentially be Shira's father. But there is a good reason to believe that Shira would be related to Seath as the duke's daughter, just because if Priscilla is also related to Seath, there's like the potential Shira being included in both of their names. Puri Shira versus Shira. That's some people's thoughts about that. Scott, welcome back in. Alright, we'll continue here. Where are we going? Okay. We'll two-hand it once we get some side of them. Oh, not enough stamina. Oh, we should probably heal. Oh, that's not how we're gonna heal. It's not how you do it. And then it rolled into them. So that's one of the things that confuses me about the game. Like, I was obviously locked on and using the binoculars, but I was holding down on my joystick. So me rolling into them as I was like facing the camera was proper in orientation to my character, but not my actual camera set. So that's kind of what happened to me with the Capra Demon the other day. Oh yeah, we're over here. So I'm not angry or anything, it's just one of those weird things that you need to get used to going back into Dark Souls 1 from Dark Souls 3. Okay, so we get Patches here again. We can show him off a bit more. He glows a lot, I guess.
Blimey. How did you... You weren't supposed to survive that. Well, no matter. I'll settle this once and for all. You lousy self-righteous cleric. The righteous prevail again. Hey, don't blame me, mate.
Oh, so he actually did have a killing dialogue. That's cool. Okay. So we got that footage. What I wanted. Oop, almost walked off the side there. This time we'll like fight him. Oh, we actually have armor with poise. Oh, I need to switch my stuff. There's our guy.
Curses. I'm finished. What did I ever...
What did he ever do, huh? For humanity, the Crescent Axe, and... Okay, that's it from there. And so this time when we fall, we'll take actual, like, fall damage. Let's check out his axe, and then go deal with Reah and company. Go down. Okay. Justin says, only Seath is albino? We don't really have any other examples of other dragons, so that's kind of why people go with it. Justin, why can people only have one kid? She's also albino like Seath. Shira could be adopted, yo. It seems odd for her to be albino with at least some Seath blood. You're going down to the Tomb of Giants now? The tomb is one of the last places for you that I went to. So the only reason why I was coming down here was just to get this stuff with Reah out of the way. Just, I don't know. doing things in a little bit of a different order, I guess. Priscilla being Seath's daughter would also explain why the gods hide her in the painting. He's the only known albino dragon, and no albino gods are shown either. Hilda says, neither loser duke, Seath was the duke. Interesting idea, Shira and Pershida. Scott says, you used to think that Priscilla was linked to Osiris because Osiris' infant was invisible, but you don't know. So yeah, the Osiris thing could be like potentially censorship, because at one point I think they did have assets. I think it was Lance McDonald that showed that off, or it could have been somebody else. I'm pretty sure it was Lance though, but I might be misremembering. Philippe says, 3 lords messy, who knows what the intent was. Katie says, isn't Shira in the Japanese version Priscilla just like a result of Japanese mispronunciation? I don't think so. Hilda says, you pointed that out to Scott. You thought of active camo as a quality of hybrids? Effervescent says, in Japanese, Nito is called the Hakao Nito, Tomb King Nito. In his whole description, it says, Arayuru sei no shi o, what is this? Skasadoru. So, like, he controls all death of life? Arayuru sei no shi o Skasadoru. All life's death is administrator before it. Trying to figure out how the current lore is hard. Trying to figure out how the games relate is a whole other story. Human ass patches. Well, we know it was censorship, but there could have still been an in-canon reason too. Yeah, okay. So the stuff with Osiris being invisible is kind of hard to explain from a lore perspective. I mean, you could make the argument, since he is maybe a better dragon than Osiris, that he has that functionality, but even in most other dragons, we don't see themselves turn invisible. I guess you could argue like the crystal lizards, but no, I don't know what else is invisible other than like the hollow type things in Irithyll. Anyway, so this is the Crescent Axe, the well-used old bronze battle axe with a long hilt and a crescent-shaped blade. One of the blessed weapons of the Way of White. The Crescent Axe is bequeathed to the cleric warriors who have proven their faith. So it's kind of funny that Patches was holding this, because he's obviously not a very pious adherent of the Way of White. So he probably looted that off of somebody else. Oh yeah. So now we can actually kind of see where we're going here. Now that we have some HP, let's go back to where we were.
You're no hollow, are you? Thank goodness. Please be careful.
Alright, so then let's fight our bros again. Kind of roll. Oh, no stamina. Luckily that doesn't do damage. 1's down. 2's down. Looking cool. And then Reah's right here.
You banished those 2 hollows, did you? It pains me to think of the trouble my failings have caused. I am certain that both Vince and Nico are grateful to you. Thank you so very much. Here, these belonged to them. You deserve them more than I.
Punishment.
I am certain that both Vince and Nico are grateful to
annoying.
you. Thank you so very much. I am certain that both Vince and Nico are grateful to you. Thank you so very much.
Try this again.
I am certain that both Vince and Nico are grateful to you. Thank you so very much.
Kind of like Kicker.
I am certain that both Vince and Nico are grateful to you. Thank you so... Why on earth would you? Perhaps this is my punishment. Clearly I am no threat to you, but please, I ask just one thing. If I do go hollow, then finish me off. I beg of you.
Oh, I screwed that up. Okay. This way.
Dear Vince, dear Nico, forgive me.
He has 7 humanity and the ivory talisman. So it's a medium for casting miracles of the gods. Ivory talismans are granted only to female clerics, and their value is affected dramatically by their owner's faith. So I do wonder if part of the reason why she gets abducted later is because there's a relationship between ivory and whiteness, and Seath being like the white dragon, essentially. So with all of that out of the way, we're gonna quit out and reload, talk to Patches, get kicked back down the hole, fight those guys again, and talk to Reah. But this time we will not be a cleric. Sleep says, in Dark Souls 1 it feels like there's missing information, but Dark Souls 3 feels like there's a bunch of different versions of the story fighting for your attention. Eld says, Priscilla was invisible. Jeremiah was a king and he had a primordial chaos pyromancy of the Izalith clan, and he had a lash, a weapon traditionally associated with Izalith since it could emulate the whips of flame. Any intent to try out like a flame or lightning ascended weapon? What is a good reason for doing so? And then Philippe says, part of the issue is he rewrites, but it's also trying to merge the lore of the games which contradict each other. One thing that's more interesting to Katie is why sorcerers became associated with yellow even though Jeremiah was a pyromancer. Alright, so we're back with Patches.
Good day. You look reasonably sane. What are you doing in the catacombs? Are you a cleric or something? No? Really? Then I'd have no qualms telling you. There's a fine stash of treasure right down that hole. I found it first, but, well, we're friends now. So I'll split it with you. In any case, have a look. It'll shimmer you blind. There, that hole. Take a closer look.
Our sorcerers associated with yellow usually see black and blue. Katie's talking about the Xanthus Scholars. So there are like the different schools of sorcery. The Xanthus Scholars and the Way of Yellow might be related to Ulasil.
This is what I do, my friend. The trinkets I'll be stripping off your corpse, that's the real treasure.
But as far as like the other schools go, there's like the Dragon School of Vinheim, which I guess Logan was a part of, and that might explain why he was interested in like Seath's magic. And then of course there's the sorceries associated with the dragons like Seath, which is kind of interesting to consider that like he's an everlasting dragon, but he uses soul sorceries. So did the other dragons use sorcery, and that's why they needed fire to get rid of them? Probably not, but it might just show that he was affected by disparity, since he was trying to use sorcery instead of like other more draconic things that they typically have in these games. And then Philippe says maybe sorcery and pyromancies are not that distinct. So as far as like the idea between sorcery and pyromancy goes, the games do delineate pyromancy stemming from what was called the flame sorceries of the witches. So flame sorcery does mean that essentially it is pyromancy, but it's related to the soul and flames and fire, essentially. So they kind of are related in many ways.
You're no hollow, are you? Thank goodness. Please be careful. There are 2 fierce hollows not far from here. They were once brave knights, my former escorts. Who would let such strong spirits be hollowed so? Heavens, is there nothing at all to be done? You're no hollow, are you? Thank goodness. Please be careful.
Okay, so we've definitely got all of that dialogue before. So her two goons are up ahead, as always. Sleep says, maybe sorcery and pyromancy are not that distinct. In Demon Souls, all magic was related. Maybe it's the same here. Seath is a failed dragon. And Justin says, Medir's also held sorcery in his soul. It's true, and it is also important to note that Medir and Seath... Well, I guess Seath isn't technically stated to be like a descendant, but Medir is also stated to be a descendant of the ancient dragons. So, at the very least, there is that kind of connection between souls and dragons. And going off that thought... in Dark Souls 2, it says when having like the dragon scales allows one to peer into the abyss of the world. To me, that shows off that there is that connection between dragons and the abyss and the state of the world before everything. So that's why I believe the abyss isn't necessarily just the dark. I feel like once the first flame comes into the world, it projects darkness where there is no light, and the abyss is probably the overall container of the world, but light banishes everything. So the abyss, you could argue, gets banished with the formulation of light. And so, with dark being projected onto the abyss, it's only because of the fire. I'm a little bit repeating myself here, but if dragons are abyssal, I think you could make the argument that souls aren't necessarily a product of the flame. And that might explain why mineral-type beings like dragons existed, why you have like titanite and stones in the ground, and why... the crystal lizards that eat souls can eventually like produce titanite. So you could make the argument that souls are probably latent in the world, but for whatever reason, fire produces disparity between them. The specifics of that I don't entirely know. It could be that humanity and darkness is drawn towards the power of the souls, and that could be kind of true in some of the item descriptions here, where it says souls are the source of all life, and whether undead or even hollow, one continues to seek them. So perhaps if darkness seeks the life of souls that can transform it into humanity, that's just one idea I've had. This isn't explicit material or anything. Like, this isn't fully substantiated in the lore. This is my speculation, as per usual. Just want to be clear here. So, this does make me wonder if, like, holding up this lantern and getting the kind of resonance in the rocks over here could be, like, the souls in them. Maybe, maybe not. I don't really know. But I suppose it's also questionable as, like, why a skull lantern is necessary. But I guess even if we use, like, the sunlight magnet, this stuff will still come out. And others can still argue that these could just be, like, gems that don't really get rendered super well in the times of DS1. Elda says, you think the tumors of Jeremiah remind people of Elizabeth's mushroom noggin? Yeah. Elda says, Xanthi scholars were disciples of Elizabeth's teachings, and Ulasil favored gold. That's why he brought the Elizabeth mushroom comment up. Sleep says, he seeks knowledge, so sorceries make sense for his class. Xanthi scholars may have confused Jeremiah for being a mushroom man, or Jeremiah was trying to blend in with them. Sleep says, Nito could be argued to be a cleric, so miracles make sense. It could be that fire burns souls and produces magic, but souls existed before. That's another possibility, because we do channel souls into the bonfires to level up. We also do channel humanity into it to gain more heat. So that's a good possibility as well. And that could also explain why Wayne would be so fearful of the fire fading or like his power coming from it. But by the same token, you could argue since fire has the ability to consume souls, it does call into question like why there would be such a need to link the flame, because it would. Everybody knows it'll just get extinguished again eventually. Like its fuel will run out. But part of my thought process behind that would be Gwyn might have allied himself with Seath and allowed Seath to perform his experiments to try to create a vessel that would create an unlimited amount of fuel for them. So Priscilla could have been an attempt at creating a firekeeper. We use humans for firekeepers for whatever reason. So that's just kind of one of the thoughts that I've had that kind of ties into everything that we've been talking about so far. But souls existed before? You gotta mine prism stones from somewhere, mate. You thought linking the flame was unsustainable. Yeah. It's kind of how I feel. Oh, we have poison now. Oh, but we don't, have, stamina. Trying to not hit like Reah here. Oh, that's not how I was trying to do it, obviously. Our man's trying to hit us with a catalyst. Ah. Well, I screwed up. Well, we'll get Patches' dialogue again. Although this time he shouldn't be permanently aggro. Boba says, we think of fire as needing fuel, but was the original fire like that? That's one of those good questions that I have myself. Like, was Gwyn trying to do too much with the fire, and did that start to cause it to fade out? So there's some questions that we've kind of brought up in chat in relation to the things with like the Slave Knights and the Ringed City Knights in Dark Souls 3. Did the gods start branding humans as potential pawns for like unstoppable warriors for their battle against the the battle against the dragons? And in so doing, did that cause their age to kind of end prematurely? Maybe, I don't know. But it's kind of worth considering, especially since the Slave Knight set makes it a point that the humans never received like the honor for participating in the wars, and we really don't have a lot of first-hand accounts of what went on there. And of course, like by the time of Dark Souls 1, I don't think they had their idea of like a trilogy in mind by any means, so there's probably going to be a decent amount of incongruity between the first and the third as far as like reshaping the idea of the war in the Age of Ancients. Elda says, Gwyn should have tossed the Chaos Flame into the first flame as fuel. Bleep says he probably tried. Mr. Lulster, it's been a while, nice to have you back. He said, hey guys, nice to be here again. You were gone because of finals. Well, hopefully you did well. I know that can be a really stressful time, so glad you guys are starting to finish up and join back in the streams. Sleep says, Bed of Chaos is not easy to defeat. You don't think fire can burn forever, so it makes sense that it was fading the moment it appeared. That's generally how I think about it, and also, there's a lot of, like, latent ideas of, like, Buddhism and Shintoism built into these games, so, one would make, like, the argue that, like, life is a cycle, and so it needs to keep revolving between life and death, and, birth and rebirth, or growth and all that kind of stuff, so it would only be natural for fire to need to be extinguished at some point or have like a constant source of fuel. And so Gwyn throwing himself into that mix and trying to keep the age as it is like producing stagnation. And that leads to a lot of the disastrous results we end up seeing in 3, in my opinion. Inevitability is a large theme of the series. Wow, I can't speak. Sleep says, you don't think that the fire fading was avoidable. Gwyn resorted to burning himself after failing to stop the demons. 3 goes in the direction that the world would need to die to be reborn in a possible future. I agree. Phobo says, you think it's evident by the themes that the fire is transient by nature, but you're sure if it necessarily will lead to dark by itself. You're not sure, okay. So, the dark is a product of the fire. The game is explicit about that in multiple points, especially in Dark Souls 2. They talk about it like all the time. But even in the intro, it's like the fire brings light and dark, life and death. So even in Dark Souls 1, it is pretty explicit. So let's talk to Patches again and then go fight our night guys.
Oh, you. Well, let's just calm down. Talk about things. I did you wrong, but I didn't mean it. These temptations, they can, well, overcome me. You know what I mean, don't you? Please, forgive me. You and me, we're jolly undead outcasts, aren't we? Oh, for heaven's sake, let's not mope about, eh? You're still alive? I've said I'm sorry. Wait, I know. Here, take this. It proves something, doesn't it?
In humanities.
Ow! What the devil?
So I think we should have cooked him to his death, but I didn't hear the soul sound. So he might have fallen down there. Maybe not. Okay. I was just going to reset it anyway for the patches dialogue. Third portion.
You're no hollow, are you? Ow!
Oh, she hits
Are you
me.
a heretic, or just plain hollow? It matters not, for you shall not escape. You will offend the gods no longer.
I was just screwing around. I'm kind of glad I did that now. Oh wait, maybe she'll kill me and say something. So this will probably take a minute. Foxy Boxer says in the intro of DS1 it says disparity. Then Sleep says the more the world is consumed to fuel the flame, the longer it'll take for the fire to return. Elda says, no, Gwyn, full on stop the demons. They were sealed and even tied the portion of their numbers of soldiers and heralds. Foxy says, the fire creates dark and vice versa almost. Katie says, you think you found a way to disprove my theory? For 30 scales, you gain the Black Dragon Greatsword, which might be the tale of Calamite, who seems tainted by dark and disparity. They might be his scales. I mean, you might have a point there. But at the very least, with Miyazaki's interviews, I mean, I guess it doesn't, like, dispute the idea that, dragons are abyssal. But, he says, like, where'd she go? She really just killed herself. Bruh. Alright, well, we'll just do that. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted right now. So yeah, even if it is a product of Calamite, and one can make the argument that it comes from, like, the darkness, that's probably fine. I would just say that Miyazaki does point out that dragons are non-living, and so there is some kind of difference between the state of the world and humanity in general. So whether or not that's abyssal is, you know, fairly debatable. I take the item description to be pretty explicit, though, that there is something inherent within the dragons that is transcendental from the state of the world, and whether or not that's abyssal or something different, I don't think matters too much. Really, I know I'm not, like, phrasing this super well, but with the Path of the Dragons, they allow people to transcend the world, and they're non-living beings. They're the antithesis to all life, according to, like, the Life Hunt scythe. So there is something else other than just souls and light and darkness, which the dragons represent. So even if that thing isn't necessarily the abyss, I still feel like it gets at that general idea that there's probably something else within the nature of the world beyond just light and dark. So hopefully that made sense. But I appreciate your trying to like poke holes in my theories, because that'll only like make them stronger or allow me to pursue other theories if I end up being wrong. So it's one of the ways to grow. All right. Echo Fiend, welcome back. Said Ray beating the crap out of you is the best thing I've ever seen.
Good day. What are you doing in the catacombs?
Oh.
Are you a cleric or something? No? No? Really? Then I'd have no qualms telling you. There's a fine stash of treasure right down that hole. I found it first, but, well, we're friends now. So I'll split it with you. In any case, have a look. It'll shimmer you blind.
Curses! What's wrong with you? Well, if that's what it has to be, why you...
What happened to you? Curses. You left me no choice.
Alright, so I just wanted to show that off in case that was different. I honestly don't remember with as much time as it's taken between these fights. Oh yeah, I actually need to kill him. Duh. Don't know where he is, George.
What happened to you? Curses. You left me no choice.
Alright. Bobbin says, it's funny that even if you kick him down first and then look over the edge, you still get the same cutscene where he kicks you down. Yeah. Elda says, the Black Knights are the half of the Silver Knights who followed Gwyn to the flame and were incinerated. And let me look up. Feston says, when you get mad at Patches after the first encounter in the catacombs, if you don't forgive him, he gives one humanity. Then he says, this proves something. Is he trying to say he is human, not hollow? Maybe. It's a good question. All 0 of my souls. No, I should have remembered. Oh, that happened again. Like, I was holding back, but it rolled me forward. Like, even though my character was facing forward still. So maybe it's just like the... I don't know, that's so weird though. Alright. Elda says, does that count as your sin? Probably. That was so weird. Okay. Pull away. Oh, and then I didn't press down. And then it rolled me forward again. At this point, I should just remember how to roll when I have the binoculars out, because I'm never going to learn from my mistakes. Goddess Baguette, welcome back. Oh, I've missed a lot. Phobos says, was disparity a result of the first flame by itself, or was it something the Lords caused? Was the first flame coming into being like consciousness coming into being? I believe so. I think others have like the space to disagree, but that's how I interpret like the DS1 introduction, that like once the first flame comes on the scene, it might have taken a little bit of time for the Lords to come up and find it. And so once it existed, it probably created that disparity, which allowed things like Seath to exist as a scaleless dragon and like betray his brothers and sisters. Sleep said, they don't seem to specify if Gwyn won or lost against the demons. All the weapons say is that they were designed to fight giant foes. The knights died when Gwyn linked the flame. Goddess Baguette says, how is everyone? As you can see, we're doing pretty well. Dying to gravity and angry NPCs as per usual. Foxy says, you can't say for certain to Phobos, but in the intro it says the advent of fire caused light and death, light and dark, light and death. Wow, I can't read. Etc. So beforehand the world was gray and eternal / nothing changed, but fire came. Sleep says you'll look at a few demon items. Foxy then says, perhaps a little like entropy, the world was stagnant and gray and everlasting, but the fire caused things to be able to change, and if light equals time, time only started with fire. That's one of the ways that I look at things as well. Elda said, the Black Knights are like the ghosts Dullahans. They die from being burned. The other half of the Silver Knight host guards Anne Orlando. Patches' motivations has always been unclear to Spaghetti. He just wants items, and he hates clerics. This is essentially what it is, so he's more like an opportunist than anything. Why do I keep walking up here? Before I catch up with you guys. Here he is. Did I? Probably not. So... Alright, that was just me playing badly. Scott says, it's odd how Patches tries to trick you after you say you're not a cleric. You always thought he would try to trick you if you say you're a cleric, rather than just straight attacking you. I mean, he's just trying to make life easy for himself, really. And whether or not we're a cleric or just a random traveler, he just wants our loot. What was I? Oh, yeah. Okay, I was afraid I did that. Pull this out. Phobos says, dragons make a lot more sense if you're coming from Demon Souls, you think? They're the same nature as the gray mist that exists without the soul. They lack the capacity to discriminate, you could say. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Demon weapons mostly say that they are big. Good point, Phobos. Katie says, yeah, that's definitely the case. Original dragons are not the product of disparity, so they can't be described by anything that comes from it. But your theory about them being of the abyss is ... So the only reason why I really say that is just because of Dark Souls 2 saying it. Like, coming into contact with the dragon scale allows one to come with the abyss. And then when you look at Dark Souls 3, where you have the White Locust preachers saying that there is no shadow in the abyss, or the abyss produces shadows none, to me that's kind of like reinforcing that idea overall. I mean, obviously I didn't play Dark Souls 2 completely, so really my idea with the abyss being the container or the vessel of the world overall, it really stemmed from the preacher's lines, but that also like depends on how much you believe we can believe the preachers. So I do agree that like there's room for arguments for and against me, but based on what we have, I think that these are kind of arguments that can be made, and so I'll at the very least present them forward for other people to come to their own conclusions, to either agree with it or disagree with whatever reason they choose. Also, Phobos said, also you never related Life Hunt to dragons? Yeah, so it's essentially like a product of Priscilla being antithetical towards life since she's like a half-dragon. That's the way that I look at it. Philippe says, the abyss seems to be nothingness. The forgotten world was not nothing. That idea of nothingness is a bit more Western than Eastern. It comes up a lot more in like Buddhism because of the way that we tend to look at things and the way that Dark Souls presents things is very dualistic. So when you have fire, you have light and darkness. But when you look at the path of the dragons and the idea of transcending life in general, it provides that third non-dual option, which I think is what the abyss and that kind of emptiness represents. So going back to that idea of dualism, I've mentioned this, I think, in the Dark Souls 3 stream, so some of you guys might not be too familiar with it. Emptiness doesn't necessarily mean void in the sense that it means in Japanese and like Buddhism more specifically, or like Eastern philosophies descending from India. Going into that topic a bit further, when we typically think of something like a cup, which is brought up quite often in like Buddhism for this kind of example, we typically define it based on what it is as opposed to what it isn't. So if we think of a cup or a glass, we could define it as its shape and also what materials it's made out of. But that's only really looking at one part of the picture. So if you look at the cup, that which gives the cup its function is a product of the emptiness that the form isn't derived of. So the hollow carved from the cup is a product of emptiness. And so one could also say instead of emptiness, like formlessness gives form its form. So that's kind of goes back to that idea of duality again, which is kind of hard to parse with everything. But emptiness doesn't necessarily mean lack of substance. Emptiness also implies a sense of potentiality. And so some aspects of Buddhism really emphasize that when you can produce potentiality from emptiness or nothingness. It really just how do I say it better? By having nothingness, it allows unlimited freedom in some ways. So that kind of goes back into the idea of no longer having attachments to the world, and that's what liberates people from the cycle of life and death, and is kind of related to the ideas of nirvana and everything. And so if we like tie that idea back to Seath and the dragons particularly, Seath is said to be quote unquote deluded in the Japanese text, and the delusion in this sense is meant is like so fixated on an idea that they've gone mad. So Seath's fixation with life and immortality is deluded because by focusing only on life, it blinds him from the prospects of transcending life overall. Like his worry about like dying and all of that stuff, it ties into his desire for like the everlasting scales of the dragons, but that's kind of the opposite way that he needs to look at things. If he looks at life and just lets go of his attachment from it, he will actually end up transcending it, which is kind of what the ways of the dragons represent to me within these games, as far as like making real life parallels between Eastern religions and a video game, essentially. So sorry for my little rant there. I'm sure you guys have mentioned quite a bit in that little interlude there. So let me try to catch up with you guys real quickly. I might not read everything out loud, so forgive me. Just trying to move the stream along. Hopefully we don't lose too much here. Isolus and Ruin sealed by Gwyn. Doesn't really need the hammer. Scott says, you'd argue that the world before was pretty close to nothingness? No light, no dark, no life, no death, just nothing. Yes and no. The difference is you could argue that it's filled with things and nothing at the same time. The real issue is without disparity, without something with which you can compare things, it becomes kind of meaningless. Like the whole aspect of duality comes to the only reason why you know what light and darkness is because you have both light and dark. If you had only just light, you couldn't have dark to compare it with, and the same is true of if you only had darkness. And so that might also tie into what the preacher Locust says with like the abyss produces shadows none. He could be just saying that the abyss is dark, and so my interpretation could still be wrong even with just like what we have. So I just want to let that out there. Boba says you don't think dragons are abyssal? To put it mathematically, dragons are 0, the abyss is -1. I would disagree. I feel like the abyss only becomes -1 as a product of the fire, and that's why I would say like the dragons are abyssal. So there might be a little bit of what's the word? A disconnect between the terms that we're using them. So when I typically say abyssal, I mean it in a larger way, in that like going back to the old tried and true example of like all squares are rectangle, but not all rectangles are square. To me, the abyss, it would be like the rectangle, and then darkness would be the squares as like a specific aspect of things only produced because of the fire. Elda says, the fog of demon souls is diffusing. The mist of time of ancients is more stable and static. Philippe says, the abyss has nothing, no light, so no shadow. So yeah, kind of. That's how I look at it. And once the fire comes onto things, it projects shadow onto the abyss. So for the characters in the time of Dark Souls and whatnot, there really is not much of a distinction between the abyss and darkness, because they don't know any different. Like the abyss is always dark, or like the dark is always abyssal, because they don't exist in a time of the Age of Ancients to have that kind of a comparison available to them. Walster says, how do you suppose Gwyn managed to drive humans away from the dark when, according to multiple descriptions, early humans were quite close to the dark? That's a really good question. I would like to get into that, but that'll just kind of lead me on another tangent for now. So, sorry, I'll just say, remind me later when I have a little bit more time to talk about that. Because that is a good question, and I do want to talk about that. Philippe says, you would not say the Grey World was nothing. You think the dichotomy of aesthetics is the only real issue then? The abyss has been shown exclusively as darkness and erosion. It's an interesting subject you bring. Okay. You don't feel like the dragons relate to the aesthetic of the Abyss. That's a really interesting character analysis of Seath. Okay, thank you. Alexander, welcome back in. Very good rant. The world before fire was omnipresent almost, not empty to say. Is your way of viewing it. Yeah, okay, thank you. Leaves us stagnant and meaningless. Katie says the preacher's dialogue is most likely referring to the Abyss being only dark. Shadow is darkness that's twisted around light. If there's only darkness, there's no shadow, there's only darkness. I agree. So, if you disagree with me, that's fine, but at the very least, I hope my rationale makes sense, even if we disagree with the interpretations of it. Die.
What happened to you? Curses. You left me no choice.
And now I'm dying to patches over and over when he wasn't too much of an issue before. Phobos says, you disagree about the Abyss on the grounds that it's a pretty philosophical take, but by necessity, the Abyss is something that's perceived. So again, like, my whole take about that is because the characters in this world only exist in a world that has fire, and that the fire is projecting a shadow into the Abyss. That's where the real disconnect kind of comes from. Oh, out of stamina. Suck. Stop hitting me. Oh, I lost my targeting. Go.
Curses. How in the... What did I do? What did I do?
Alright, so that was that again. I'll try to have Reah kill me, and then we'll reload. Did I fall down before? No, but we don't have the cutscene. So I guess, was it Katie who said that the cutscene still plays? Maybe that was somebody else. Might be misremembering. I almost fell to my death, though. Alright. Philippe says, overall, you don't disagree with the idea that the Grey World and the Abyss are alike, but you don't feel like they are the same. They both are the same principles of bringing back balance by getting rid of disparity. What does the usurp the fire ending do to the world in 3? So Phobos says, you disagree about the Abyss on the grounds that it's a pretty philosophical take, but by necessity the Abyss is something that is perceived. You can't not perceive without something perceiving. Dragons, at least in ancient times, totally lacked that. You're saying that after fire they were relegated to the Abyss by the process of elimination? You can see that. Kind of. Because one could make the argument that, it's... Within Dark Souls, there's that duality between light and dark, and dragons are kind of forced to fit one of those roles. But even with that being said, they do show us like a kind of third option somewhat with what we get with the Way of Dragons and some of the people like transcending the world. There was an item description which talks about it more in like Dark Souls 2. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. Let me take a moment to look it up actually. Dang it, I don't even remember what it says. Cycle? Okay, I think it was the seed of a tree of giants. Let me look this up. When the giants fell, they grew into great trees. Death is not the end, for anything that has ever once lived remains a part of a cycle of a great... Wait, sorry. Death is not the end, for anything that has ever once lived remains a part of a great cycle of regeneration. But what of those outside of the cycle? So, I don't think that description right there really gets like a lot of the nuance quite right. So, let me double check the Japanese. So, the final portion is like, for those outside of the cycle of like life and death, just where the hell do they go to? is kind of what the final question is. So, at least in Dark Souls 2, it makes a point of showing to us that there are those who can escape the cycle of life and death. And with the giants turning back into trees, that kind of relates to the thing with like arc trees existing in the time of the world before the fire was brought in, before disparity, and the time of the Age of Ancients. So I don't think it's just dragons that are abyssal. I think there are qualities of humans which are abyssal. And whether or not that's specifically related to the dark is questionable. We could say that since the fire creates light and forces darkness every place else the light doesn't reach, I would say that it kind of stains the abyss and makes it something different, which is why we get things like the deep later on. So, by default, the things that existed in the Age of Ancients were either, like, they were gray. And so once you get light, you have both white and black. And so the question is, what is the relation of gray to a world which only has white and black? And so I would say the answer is the dragons are still gray, the arc trees are still gray, things like that. And because it's gray, it's kind of more affiliated with the black, I guess, maybe, would be one way of trying to make a very, very crude example, which isn't like my end-all, be-all of that kind of discussion. And Phobos says the answer is moo. Exactly. Let me scroll back up. Big Pancake. Phobos is saying, if you're saying after the fire, they were going... Okay, read that one. Bobbin says, that was you. It plays if you kick him down, but he doesn't die. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. My fault. Sleep says, what was the quote? To light a flame is to cast a shadow from. It sounds like Vendrick, but that doesn't also sound exact. If you guys want to look that up, please feel free. I don't want to take too much more time now. What item now is the seed of the Tree of Giants. Bobbin says, obviously he can't kick you down if he's already dead, but he can teleport behind you if he's still alive. Quapsico, welcome back in. You said, so it's like the human dregs being Dark Souls, but not all Dark Souls are dregs. Dragons, stones, and trees are neutral in their nature, and things seem to go either light, dark, chaos, death, or a mix. Yes, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. So, Katie says, you like the previous analogy of light being 1, dragon 0, and dark -1, but you feel like the dragon wouldn't be 0 because they would be no number because the number itself is a result of disparity, so it couldn't even be nothing. I agree with you, and so with that example being said, I would say since fire exists, it gets kind of rid of a concept of 0, and it forces things to be polarized to a certain extent. So, at least with the seed of the Tree of Giants, it does show that there might still be a way to transcend that cycle, and maybe that just means like becoming a tree again or becoming a dragon. Maybe those are still polarized, I don't really know. But there is something within the world, even in the Age of Ancients, but once the fire gets brought into things, it mucks everything up and forces things to be what they weren't, which is probably why Seath is now scaleless and everything is different, like the Gaping Dragon. He gains, the desire to eat, and so that consumes them and it transforms the dragons. So it's not like once the fire comes in that the dragons still remain dragons. Like, the fire introduces disparity even to them, essentially. Quepsico says, so gray is undifferentiated balance, neither light nor dark. Kind of, I think so. But at the very least, it does show there is the kind of affinity between humans and dragons, and the dark and dragons, and like the abyss. So, by the time of Dark Souls 3, we have the pus of men kind of transforming them into wyverns, which might be dragons, or like proto-dragons for an upcoming Age of Ancients. I don't really know. LP says, LP, my man, can you explain Ash Lake? No, not really. It might just be the remnants of the battle between the dragons, and that's why there's like all the ashes and stuff. Because the intro cinematic could be taking place down there. Boba says gray is white noise, essentially. Yeah, probably. Sleep says, understanding the symbolism and mythology is important to grasp what the world is. Dark Souls is a very metaphorical reality. Exactly. Alright, guys. So I'll let her hit me a bit, and then I'll take a quick be right back to get a bit more water and let the dog outside, because she's begging, even though I let her out right before stream. Is she gonna kill herself again? She like runs away to like do a Superman punch. It just does not work out. So maybe I need to like kite her this way. Did I heal on myself after I fell? That's probably a bad idea. I could like get hurt by her servants. Oh, this is gonna take forever. Oh wait, I've got an idea. Oh, this might kill her though. Do I have a dung pie? I probably don't. Yeah, I don't think I bought one. Well, I had a good idea, it just did not work out. Yeah, so maybe I'll try to get killed by one of her followers with her nearby. That might help. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Don't kill yourself.
Oh, piteous soul. Perhaps this was a fate unyielding.
Okay, well that was pretty much all I wanted to do that for. So I'll go ahead and reload the game, and then do it all like on the up and up, and that'll be that. And then I guess I'll try to run to Leroy just to see if he's there later on. It might be a mistake to do it though. Well, I know how to get out, so it'll be okay. Ash Lake has no water to see if Arctree's ashes. Elda says Gaping Dragon is a descendant, though. Yes, you're not wrong, but just like my point is, like, all of the dragons that we see are descendants, so it's kind of hard to say that for sure, but at the very least, we do know that the descendants are still, like, of the dragons, essentially, so the disparity still does have a role to play for everything. You think even everlasting dragons are supposed to be very young? Where insane poise might help? Alright. Alright, everybody. I'll take a quick break and I'll be right back soon. I like the difficulty that they present. Oh, I might die from falling, won't I? Maybe. We'll see. Oh, this fall doesn't look as bad as I kind of remembered. Oh. That's really funny, actually. Early dancer when? I don't know. How is it that you initiate the dancer fight early? Is it just that you hit Emma? Then I might do it after Vort on the next stream, just for the hell of it.
What is wrong?
Okay, let's try to kill her and then see what happens.
Lord, he must be. My dear Prince Lothric.
So we get the Basin of Owls here. Does she have a grab? I don't remember. Oh, sweet. Oh, that was super cool, actually. I think my first time through, I only died to her once, and it's just because like I didn't understand her movement. Not that I like super do right now. It's just weird. Okay, that's what I get. All right, so yeah, because honestly, I thought she was a pushover up until I started this stream. Ooh. I jumped instead of rolling. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, okay, the follow-up on that. Okay, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to get the hang of this a bit better. Oh, yeah, I thought I was going to get punished for that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Should have just... Yeah, whatever. Okay. Okay, that's what I get for, I guess, monologuing so much. But yeah. Damn it. I tried to roll the first one. Okay. Guess I should have rolled once more. Oh, I thought I was dead. Oh, now I am. Okay. Oh, I'll be sipping. I didn't have enough stamina to roll at first. I probably could have avoided it if I kept mashing. But I didn't know. Okay, that wasn't so good a run, but it's alright. I was a little bit distracted. See, I want to hit her, but I hesitate right there just because I don't know if she's going to counter because I'm so slow. No, 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 no. Yeah, boy! We done diddly did it! Oh yeah, I took away joy. We got that one though. We finally did it. Alright everybody, we're back. Alright, so just a quick note. Sorry if it sounds like I'm upset or anything. I'm not. It's just I feel like the pressure of like trying to what's the word? Like proceed in the game. So it's more like me being flustered at just being in this spot for so long as opposed to like the conversation. I'm actually enjoying the conversation quite a bit. But it's also a little bit hard trying to balance like my personal feelings of how quickly I need to proceed in the game versus just like chilling out with you guys and discussing the content that you all are interested in. So I realize nobody was saying like, oh, Protag sounds mad. It's just in case my tone of voice sounds a bit different. So yeah, just going on some more like administrative stuff. As far as like this topic goes, this is actually probably going to be what I would focus my first like Dark Souls video on, just because I think it's really cool and something like worth sharing. But so I do enjoy like you guys bringing up like the counterpoints and things like that, because they're definitely worth considering before like releasing the video. But before doing that, I still do need that footage, which is why I do have that kind of like internal pressure that I put on myself, even though I don't want to at times. All right. So let me scroll back up with you guys. Katie says, there might be connections between darkness and dragons, but definitely not ancient dragons. You feel like modern dragons turn to dark as a survival method to adapt to a changing world. Philippe says, arc trees, dragons, random skulls all just die when met with light and darkness. Only Seath and the everlasting dragons are original. It is questionable whether even Seath is original. Blue Mute, welcome back in. Yellow yourself. Luster says, wait, hold on, how far are we, fellas? So we've only really killed the Capra Demon, and then we just went down here to rescue Reah. Bloomy was given Vermintide 2 a spin as it was on sale. How is that? I've only vaguely heard about it, but not too much in the way of, like, actually how it plays out. Did we kill Quelaag yet? No. That grabs super deadly, the long neck. So let's pull out our stuff again. We're definitely doing things like out of order, but just kind of following out what some of the NPCs were saying. So just kind of exploring what could be a canon way of doing things, but not really though. It's Golden Week, so you'll be buying a few games during it. Nice. Freaking Dancer, only boss you have trouble with every NG cycle. Got a Spaghetti says the current pace works very well. It's really entertaining. Thank you. I appreciate that. Your nasty boy Patches, you love him. Foster says, oh, this gets you frustrated? How will DS2 go? We get it. Boba says, plus seeing your character stuck on a ladder for minutes at a time is funny. Didn't even think about that. Yeah, so going back to like the whole topic of the dragons and stuff. So one of the reasons why I would say the dragons are kind of outside the cycle is obviously because they already existed outside the cycle. But when we compare them to beings like the snakes, which are very obviously like greedy things, and the path of the dragons, it shows that they kind of transcend the reality of Dark Souls by getting rid of their desires and wants, and that kind of makes them timeless, essentially. So it's kind of interesting stuff to try to consider, especially when we say, like, well, if dragons are abyssal, does that mean they're dark? I feel like since dragons are about transcending the life as we know it, that they can't be dark, because dark is another aspect of life. But I guess there could be arguments that, like, the dark isn't alive, and that's why humanity seeks life, and souls in general. That could also be a fair argument to make there. But just to me, dragons don't seek life, so I would still say that kind of separates things from the dark overall. So whether or not we want to call that third thing the abyss might be a sticking point that could be like worked around. So if you don't want to say like the abyss is greater than the dark and like the flame, that's perfectly fine. If we want to just say like nothingness instead, that's fine, I guess. Maybe we'll just need to think of a third term just to communicate a bit better. Timothy Nielsen, hey, welcome in. Said, oh, Tomb of the Giants with no sunlight hat. It's all good. We got our little thing here. I mean, we're just kind of screwing around with the game anyway. But nice to have you in the chat. 37 Gecko says, isn't there a whole idea in Dark Souls where absence of light is absence of time or something? Yes, you are not wrong with that. But I think we had the spell or the item which says it. Oh no, I think we got that from Griggs. Maybe not. They do definitely mention it in like the repair though. I don't remember which description. Maybe it's in 3 that we saw it earlier. I'm just forgetting my mixing up my playthroughs. Tiny Boots, welcome back in. Tim says, yeah, this is first one of the ones you've been actually able to catch. Nice. Well, welcome in. Tiny Boots says best area in the game hype. Oh, you missed all of our preliminary deaths. No. We all doing great today? Thank you. So, okay, she killed us, so now we can just proceed on with everything since we already got all this footage. What am I doing? Okay. So, Tim, as you can see, we're just kind of giant dadding it. Playing like a scrub. But, I mean, that's kind of the fun of being a giant dad. And, oh, that buffered really badly. Probably have my binoculars out, so... Hey, I remembered. But I'm still getting punished. Oh, damn it. I thought the other one was dying too. Boxy Boxer says, Ulasil magic, you think? Yeah, it is something from Ulasil. I'm pretty confident it's repair in this one. Ooh. That's what I get for trying to look at chat for just a split second. Pancake. So Patches won't be angry at us right now. Oh yeah, we have my handy dandy light. What am I doing? So we've already got the Skull Lantern. I mean, we're Gucci for this area, essentially. And we could go back. I mean, we'll have to go back because we don't have the Lord Vessel, but I was going to say we can go back for what's it called? The Ember later on when we leave the area. Oh, so he's got poise too. Damn it. It's hurt. And then, so this should finish him off? Oh, no, 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 no. I didn't have the stamina to swing quickly. It's the pains of the no-HUD run. All owned. Yeah, this Vi is a good weapon. Giant Dad, the legend, father of giants. 80 says, you'll probably go into rant about that no number X Factor dragon thing, and there'll be something about Buddhism, or at least what you know about it. Correct you on theology if you're wrong about that. Last pro saying Gucci, hard eyes. So, yeah, Katie, it might be easier for us to, like, talk on Discord, but I'm not turning you away either. Just, I tend to think or phrase things a lot better when I write them as opposed to just try to say them out loud, especially while I'm streaming. It's kind of ridiculous how much streaming really, like, divides the attention. That lack of tracking, though. Well, I screwed that up doubly, so. Oh, sweet, we poised through that. He's gonna heal? No? That hit me. Finish it. I should have rolled. I don't think I would have had the stamina. Okay. It's funny because I killed him the first time on my own, both of them at once. And now that we're just like save scumming just for the footage of getting all the dialogue, now we're having difficulties. I'd almost prefer it was the other way around, so like I got good as opposed to getting bad. Timothy asks what soul level? Right now we're at like what, 26? So we're definitely here early. I was just kind of following what some of the NPCs were saying, just to see what would happen a little bit. Because I screwed up and I didn't get Patches' first dialogue over in the Catacombs. So I was trying to really find his first, but apparently he doesn't do it if Reah is sent down to the Catacombs. So you need to like see Patches a lot earlier than I was expecting to get his first dialogue over in the Catacombs. I tried to roll. There's the roll. Let's heal up. I was trying to get around him, obviously failed. Surprised that didn't like knock him down. Probably just fish for those attacks and then punish. Didn't have the stamina to follow up, and then that screwed up. And that's not going to track. I should have remembered that. Here we go. Still alive. Why does he have so much health? Oh, because he keeps healing. That explains a lot, duh. Uh-oh, that's not cool. There we go. Well, that only took forever. Harder to fight one guy than it was to fight two.
You banished those two hollows, did you? It pains me to think of the trouble my failings have caused. I am certain that both Vince and Nico are grateful to you. Thank you so very much. Here, these belonged to them. You deserve them more than I.
I don't think I ever read her replenishment.
I am certain that both Vince and Nico are grateful to you. Thank you so very much.
Tim says I should be two-handing in your opinion. I don't disagree. Just trying to actually see where the dude was. What was I doing? The replenishment. Okay. So common miracle amongst cleric knights, gradual HP restoration. Beware of the cleric knight blessed by replenishment, for he shall not fall easily. Tell me about it.
I am certain that both Vince...
Alright, so that'll be that for her. We've already gotten all of her dialogue shown off. So now we can kind of proceed forward. Probably gonna like fall to my death real shortly here because I don't have a lot to work with. Especially as we come up here. I think we can run past all this stuff. I don't remember. Nope. Not like that, at least. I think if you just straight out run, you'll be fine. I could have used the homeward bone. Whatever. Ulster says, what's the reason behind that cleric armor? It makes him look fat. Tim says, it's the first patches is really easy to miss. Yeah, I kind of found that out the hard way. I didn't realize it would be so early. Mick Myers, welcome back to the stream. He said, what's so special about the Northern Regalia in Demon Souls? I have no idea. I haven't played Demon Souls, unfortunately. And still don't have a PS5 either. Tim says, the jump attack doesn't pancake like the overhead swing, if you remember correctly. That's so weird. Philippe says, you think the Northern Regalia scales with both dark and light characters' tendency? Okay. Big stats, Hugh. Yeah, if you're only at SL26, you'll get a lot of the extra strength from a two-hand for sure. Yeah. I just didn't want to hit his shield and not like be able to see it, essentially, and get punished. Maybe the two-hand R2 will just break it even if he's shielding, though. Maybe. I don't know. Effervescent says, the reason it's objectively the worst armor set in the game in terms of defense to weight ratios? Really? I didn't know that. Leap says, one side banishes the demons within men, the other banishes man itself. Interesting. Tim says, you don't think you can run past those guys? Okay. Mr. Walster says, you really want to go through this area now? I mean, if for no other reason, just to confirm whether or not Leroy shows up this early. I'm pretty sure he does. But I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, we're already here anyway. Like, I know enough of the area where, like, coming through isn't going to, like, take ages, because I'm not going to try to 100% it right now. Oh, I forgot there's the Black Knight, though, so this is going to be painful. So I just lied. So I'll kill that giant the first time around just to get rid of the Black Knight. And then I'll get to the bonfire, hopefully quickly, and then see if Leroy's available. Because at the very least, it'd be really cool to confirm for me. I guess, like, some people have probably done it already, so this is kind of dumb anyway, but to confirm whether or not... Where are they? Whether or not you can get the Paladin set super early. Okay. Now we should get our good old Black Knight friend again. Leroy Jenkins, yes. You could rush the Catacomb and New Game to find patches. Yeah, that's what I pretty much intend to do, just to get that footage for it at least. Tim says the tunnel isn't wide enough. Yeah, the two-hand R2 should guard break him. Okay. Tim says there's no completion gate for Leroy, but you do have to be human. Yeah, that's what I knew you have to be human, so thank you for, you know, letting me know that. I think this dude just runs at us from the get-go once we open that gate. No? Have to go in a little bit? Okay. I just don't want to get shot right now. Go with the old tried and true strafe. Damn it. Annoying. Ah, we missed. Bad tracking. Because I was thinking that should have come close to finishing it. That's kind of funny though. So yeah, anyway, I think I failed to say again that the whole point was just to see if going into the Gravelord Covenant will allow you to get the Leroy set super early. I tried to jump, but I screwed up. Oh, I got lucky because I was not locked on. Not enough stamina. Black Knight Halberd, the weapon of true gods. Yeah, the halberd's so good. All of the Black Knight weapons are really good if you can actually equip them, which is pretty much the main trick for using them. 80 says, you think that not knowing what the nature of the gray is the point of it? What are you in real life, a human? A thing born from disparity even in real life? We can't perceive that what that is because of a disparity is inherent to us. Like in Buddhism, we may go through gaining knowledge and trying to understand the world, but there's no 100% method to gain nirvana. Us not understanding is by design, like why we don't know why Flora wants Murgo dead and why the old one is hungry for souls. Father Rat exists now because you heard me say halberd. So, just the regular halberd, that was the weapon that carried me through my first playthrough of Dark Souls. And it was very bad. So I just poked at everything from a range. There we go. Oh, where is it? Got a little bit lucky. But sometimes luck's a skill. I suppose I could run to the other giant, but I don't remember. Never mind, we've got our friend coming after us. Is. That should have been a backstab, come on. I think I need to bait out the attacks to actually do the backstabs. Next says, does the game automatically send you to Endgame Plus or New Game Plus after completion? Yes, Dark Souls 1 does as well. Maybe, I don't know about Dark Souls 2, but Dark Souls 3 gives you the option. Tim says, you don't see the axe very much, but all the other ones get used pretty regularly, yeah. For the Black Knight equipment. Sleep says, you think Great Ones just have power struggles? Murgo's a potential threat to all Great Ones. Mr. Walster says, it's a damn shame you can get unlucky and not get a single one from them, from the non-responding Black Knights, and now you have to basically finish the game. Yeah, either that or you just need to, like, save scum, which a lot of people have issues with, which is, I understand why. But also just, like, a lot of people don't even know that they drop weapons, especially in their first playthroughs. Go. Yeah, so once we banish this Black Knight, this won't be too bad. I mean, I guess I could just run past him. It's no fun. There's our little safe haven. I might need to, like, back up more. I guess the archer might still shoot me no matter how far I go back. Go. There we go. And well. Shot. There we go. Bro's got so much health. I'm scared. There we go. Chunk and no weapon. Pretty much what I expected. Okay. Now we'll be good. Alright. Lolster says, isn't Nightbot a bit overactive? It's really just because of, I can't really cycle the messages, so I try to space them out, but after a while they just tend to fall on top of each other. But it does remind me that I need to drink and sit up straight, so it's kind of a necessary evil for me at least. Tim says, yeah, there's a reason that they allow you to mod the game if you're going for the Halberd speedrun. Effervescent says, it's actually not that far a run from the bonfire to Leroy's invasion. Just hug the right wall, yeah, and keep dropping down. Take off the armor for the fast fall run, and you'll see. Black Knight's too OP. It's all good. At the very least, this first time around, I will go kill this one giant that's sniping us, and then I'll drop off its cliff and get the ring. Oh, too soon. Gonna get kicked. That sucks. Well, if we get too close to it, then can't shoot us. Alright, so how much health do we have? Should be enough. So going that way, we've got like our Scourge Beast giants. I'm pretty sure if you hold the light, you can see where you can fall from here. Oh, over there? Okay. So if we run... Is this not the right spot? No, this isn't the right spot. Oh, okay. I remember where we are now. So just run... Get our bonfire. Surprise. Foxy says coming here at this level is a Chad move. The last time I came through here is pretty much the same, so kind of used to all the struggle. So now we can go ahead and reverse our hollowing. Oh, well, not really. Let's save scum just so I save some of my resources in case I die like a stupid death. Or just so we can farm Leroy if he kills me over and over. I've already platinumed Dark Souls. I also died enough on streams where you guys know my skill level. It's nothing to boast about. Upload, yes, okay. Tim says with the Black Knight dead, you don't need to bother with the second bonfire. You're not wrong. Katie said, did you get good posture and hydration? What did it cost? It cost Nightbot being, having a dry sense of humor. And being a conversation topic right now. Rat says, divine weapons are surprisingly good. Philippe says, you guess you're torn on weapons being associated with questlines. It's cool to earn a legendary weapon after much work, but it's also a bit crap to not be able to complete your build until you do 80% of a game. Yeah, I agree. At least Dark Souls, it will allow people to join your game and drop the items, so you can kind of work around that if you're really hell-bent on doing that and have somebody that can cooperate with you. But, wait. What? Oh. Did I upload or did I download? Did I download it? Did I finally actually screw up like that? Oh no, because we got killed. I just didn't rest at the other one. Okay, never mind. Wait, so that actually worked out because we already lit it. Okay. Never mind, I'm just freaking out for no reason. No, it's fine. I forgot. Because I think it's in Dark Souls 3, as long as you just light it, it'll like port you back there. So I just kind of forget the mechanics sometimes. It's not that I didn't rest, I couldn't rest. Brad says, questlines should be near impossible and only contain extremely lore important items. Oh wait, did my stream just die? No, YouTube just died. Can you guys hear me right now? It says the audio stream bitrate is 0. No, maybe it's just their UI screwing it up. I also know that there is that delay, so let me know if you can hear me. Mick says, yeah, that's true, but those weapons don't generally scale with any stat, so you can make a build around other weapons. Okay, you guys can hear me, sweet. Okay. They're also just supposed to be a novelty. Thank you guys. Leaps, the overall, any weapons that are endgame are pretty much meh for that reason. Getting the Northern Regalia is a quest in itself, something you build over the whole game. Getting the Logarius wheel is basically not having your weapon until you do 60 to 70% of the game. So yeah, that's one of the bigger issues with Bloodborne especially, is how long it takes to get those things. Ow. I think I just need to run to the left of him and just drop down. It's been a while since I've gone through this route. Oh wait, I needed to... No, wait. When did I... Okay, I actually want to reload just because of the humanity. Or at least the very... Never mind. I'll learn the route first and then I'll reload. Because I didn't pay attention to what bonfire I loaded at. Effervescent confirms the bonfire mechanics for me, thank you. Oh, that's what I get for trying to read chat and run. Oh yeah, we have a moment to actually like rest here. So we drop down here. Is this right next to the thing? Oh no, it's next to these dudes. Okay, so you can just still run past everything. That's right. So it's a little bit of a longer run overall. But it's definitely doable. Okay. And then we'll get ganked and probably killed by Leroy. Alright, Fleep says, you think Bloodborne has plenty of weapons, they just shove them way too late into the game. Yeah, I agree. People have a committed build by that point. Or you really need to like nerf your build up until you get your good weapon. So like all of the blood tinge items are kind of have a tough beginning. And woe is anybody who starts buffing blood tinge because they want their guns to work well but just don't know any better. Especially if you like don't even know about K-Nurst. Because then you're just full on boned. Oh yeah, we're wearing our fat equipment still. What's our weight with the lantern? Does it not weigh anything? So this will actually make things a lot easier. Unless I screwed up still. Somehow. Yeah, I'm still human? Okay. Barrow blade's even worse? Yeah. Bleep says, you finished Bloodborne with the same weapon you started it with? That's a problem. The problem is you didn't find those weapons. Yeah, I understand what you guys are saying with that. At least with Bloodborne, like, literally every weapon is viable in its own way. So, damn it, why did I step that way? Alright, so don't walk in front of the enemy's attack. That's the lesson. That's the moral of today's stream. Don't walk into your enemies, of course. Mario style. Tim says lantern's pretty light but not weightless. That's what I thought. But I guess I just had more carrying capacity than I thought. Off the top of my head. Wear the Elite Knight helmet with the hard leather set for max fashion. It's too heavy. The only reason why I had the Elite Knight stuff on was just for like footage purposes. Almost yeeted myself there. Yeah, so with Bloodborne, like, the weapons are really good. It's just unfortunate that you can't even have somebody come into your world and drop them. Try to regain all of our stamina. And play smarter. Okay, so we should be okay. As soon as we get down the hole. So now Leroy will invade in, I think once we get to the end of that like walkway over there. And so as I've told you guys before, the last time I played through like Dark Souls on my own, and like I got my platinum, I wanted to kill Nito first just for the challenge and the hell of it. And I completely forgot that you get gated out by the Lord Vessel here. So, if we examine this brilliant light, it says sealed by the Great Lord's power. So we must have the Lord Vessel to proceed through. So we have to go to Anor Londo first. And as we look out over this direction, we no longer see Izalith, but instead we have the Ash Lake. So it seems like the world of Lordran kind of is held up by the like arc trees. And we'll be able to explore this area later on as we go through like the Blight Town. Yeah. So there's really not a whole lot else we can make out from here. I think Hawkshaw had the cool idea that an arc tree broke, which might have allowed like this area to like look like this. I don't fully remember the specifics. But before dealing with Leroy, let me catch up with you guys. Nick says, Bloodborne was made for New Game Plus runs and PvP. Yeah, but still, there's a lot of satisfaction to going through like the base vanilla game and having your weapon scale with the enemies that you just can't really replicate in New Game Plus, unfortunately. Sleep says, Demon Souls isn't too bad since the order of the levels open, so you can do the levels for your build early. Okay. Katie says, oh, Katie, you have to take your leave. Don't get yourself killed. None of us want to see you go hollow. Thank you very much, Katie, and take care. Hollister said, did you just say Bloodborne was made for PvP? DS1 and DS2 at least. Dark 2, 3, and Bloodborne are a lot more restrictive. Sekiro almost restricts you, but it doesn't matter as much since you don't really find weapons beyond the situational tools. Bloodborne PvP is only good if you're truly blessed by RNGs for blood gem farming. Kind of. I feel like... I'll just leave that there, never mind. Technically, it's not Ash Lake. That makes sense. It does look wood-like. Not as much as Dark Souls 1, but still a lot. Oh, Dark Souls 2 lets you skip a lot of areas and go in any direction. Not as much as DS1, but still a lot. Bleep says, oh, right, you remember now. It's mostly the late game areas that are locked. Tough luck for clerics and demon souls, though. The items for the builds are in the Valley of Defilement. Okay, so this will be good enough. Let's go get ganked by Leroy and probably die. I thought there was an item. Guess not. Wait, so I guess Leroy doesn't spawn in, or do we need to, like, spawn back? Yeah, I think he, like, spawned in as soon as you, like, walked in this area, so maybe it doesn't work. Well, as they say, zoink Scoob. I could Homeward Bone and then just, like, go for the ring. Or we could just do everything backwards. And so as we do come into, like, the Tomb of the Undead Giants, you do see, like, the light become more pressed into the player. So whether or not that's just purely lore or, like, purely gameplay mechanics is a bit of a mystery. I'd like to think it's both. So there goes our RIP early Paladin set. It's a little bit unfortunate. It'd be a cool, what's it called? Cracks me up when that stuff happens. Cosplay run of the game if you could get Leroy stuff early. I think you can kite these things over the edge here. Or we can make, like, big mistakes and try to get the items. I think it's just like a soul over there. Maybe it was nothing at all, like Ned Flanders. I could also kite them to the stairs, like this ramp thing, and try to hit them. Well, that's scary. Oh, I almost got by the binoculars again. As per usual. Oh. Oh, shnikes, the third one scared the crap out of me. I got by the HUD. Alright, Fofo said you knew it. Learn something new every day. Tim says, huh, I thought he wasn't gated by anything. Alright guys, let's steal Tim's professional Dark Souls player card. Doesn't know every little trigger of the game. No, I think it's because you need to walk into the little alcove to have Leroy spawn in. Lolster says he should have appeared by now. So, yeah. It's a little unfortunate. The Leroy armor spawns there once he dies. No, the Leroy's armor only spawns at the back of Nito's cave. So I guess the idea was potentially if you kill him early now, you might be able to go do the Gravelord Covenant stuff and get his set that's in the arena early. But alas, it was not meant to be. Oh yeah, I need to run past all this crap. I think I hear it coming for me, and it's scaring me. Damn. If you have the right gems on the right build, you can literally two-shot other players. But it wasn't gated by anything. Your first Demon Souls build was a cleric build, so that was fun, although you actually liked the area and the lore behind it. Philippe says the one that isn't gated is the Four Kings, because of the Dark Wraith Covenant. Yes. For the Dark Hand. You liked Valley of Defilement, but it's the last world for a reason. Boba says, like you said, you've done Leroy cosplay runs, and you remember not having the armor until later. That sucks. I mean, it would have been super cool if you could do it this way, but it makes sense that it doesn't. But Las Vegas says, can't you get the set by entering the coffin via the Gravelord Covenant? You can, but that's a lie. You can't get it. You can go into that area early, but the Paladin set isn't there. Rat says, have you gotten the Divine or Occult Ember yet? No. So we were going to go back and pick up the... what's the one in here? This is the Chaos one, isn't it? No. The only Ember that we've gotten is the large one right now. And we haven't even given it back to Andre, or given it to Andre. Essentially. So yeah, we haven't been through Darkroot Garden other than to pick up the Elite Knight set for cosplay purposes. So now that we got rid of our scary friend, let's go get our ring and then just get the hell out of here. I don't remember if there's treasure down that cave. I know at the very least, like, you can kind of... What? Oh, I must have knocked him down. Okay. Where's our skeleton head? There. I feel like this isn't the right way. I feel like there's another spot to drop over here. No, I guess it has to be, though. I don't believe myself, though. We have... No, I'm just gonna YOLO roll. See, I knew it, but I couldn't see it. Maybe it's because of my brightness settings? I don't know. Alright, so we'll go pick up our ring over there. Walter said this is going to be fun. He does not appear before that as a red phantom. Okay. Las Vegas says, it's been a while since you played DS, so you might be a dumbass. It's all good. I mean, I don't remember everything either, so... I appreciate the help that the chat gives me when they can. And sometimes I'm just stubborn and want to check things out for my own. And Brian Young, welcome back. You said, hey, LP, back again showing some love? Sweet, thank you. Phobos says, you wonder if he'd spawn if you beat the Four Kings. I doubt it. I feel like you need to go into the little alcove for him to, like, spawn in behind you at the end of that little catwalk. Boba says, I guess they didn't want him to spawn because his weapon could be OP this early. Really? Oh yeah, maybe. Well, I feel like if you get here... They probably just didn't think about it too much. But you might be right that they probably gated it on purpose. I don't know, it's weird because you can get like the Drake sword and the Gravelord sword, so why not the Sanctus? Or the Grant, rather. Thank you, Brian. Mick says, you really like the fact that all the cleric gear is in the Valley of Defilement, the most filthy and holy place imaginable. Soliloquy says, you should really upgrade my armor. One of the things you hate about DS1 and DS2 is having to invest Titanite into armor. Restricts cosplaying into Fashion Soul so much. At this point, I really just need to level up more than getting like better armor, but I hear you and appreciate that. Silver Serpent Ring, you jump from the corpse. I remembered that, so just kind of remembering how that worked. Thank you for telling me, though. No, it's really just hard to see. In Prepare to Die edition, you could see it. Maybe I had the sunlight mag. No, I had the skull lantern and I saw it. So I do think it might partially just be my display settings, because I couldn't even like really see the dragon, and I'm at like 9 level brightness. Maybe it's a bit better for you guys on stream though. You can completely skip upgrading your armor in one and have no ill effects. No, Grant takes like 50 strength or something stupid. Okay, so you'd still need like 25 strength to two-hand it. Ariandel doesn't exist in one. Second divine is here and occult is here. Okay, so the second one. Okay. So let's run, get ganked, and then dip out. I think I've lost all my souls, so it doesn't really matter what I do. Oh, so that's probably like even a faster way to get to this spot. Of course, all these things follow us. But I've kind of literally backed myself into a hole here. So let's go see if there was that item by the scary... Holy crap. Well, now I don't want to die. In case we're picking up all these souls. Not that I know how much we're getting right now. Hey, we got a chunk. Sweet. Oh, I was gonna check how many souls we had. Should have stayed two-handed. Thought it was dead. Grant has a built-in Wrath of God? Okay. Is there any other treasure here worth picking up? I mean, we're gonna have to come here anyway, so let's just go back. We've already rescued our damsel in distress, like a good adventurer, or whatever. And then we get to explore the rest of it. So I kind of skipped things by like jumping on that coffin and picking up, I think, the souls that were on this cliff. So we're gonna go backwards and leave the tomb catacomb area. So this is actually going to be the harder part of coming down here. Just a little bit funny and ironic. Forget. Does this lead into that one? Yeah, okay. I didn't realize how easy it was to get in here. So I think one smart way to like deal with this area would be to collect them all in a pod, because I don't think they hit you from down here if you're like on top of this thing, and then just throw fire bombs at them. It might not work, but I'll try it at least. I don't think I have the fire bombs for it since I used them all. Yeah, I used all the black ones. Did I really? Okay. If not, I mean, you could just YOLO pick up the items. I mean, I might just do that anyway. The bows. I don't remember if I have art. Okay, we do have arrows. Kinda not working. Am I hitting the ceiling? Oh, that's that. Okay. Mistakes may have been made. Let's get our Ember first, because that's going to be the important one. Okay. And then everything else is kind of just trash, so I might not even go down there again. Thank you for that joke, Luster. Right, says this is the Ember Room. Yes. That's large divine Ember Room. The room. It's easy to get in and easy to die. The angles are really bad for trying to fight these guys from the top. So yeah, the way that I've done it before is you can like run and jump on top of the other parts of the place and just kite like two of the giants to face at once, which is a lot more manageable. than having to face all of them. So you can whittle them down with bows as well. That probably would have been smarter, but... So as we come back up, we'll start getting shot by the giant skeleton again. I think there's 2 of them. So this is the tomb itself we just came from, and so what? But there's a secret way from this way. No, it's up further. Wait, no, there's 2 rooms of like this, aren't there? Yeah. So as long as the other one's not hitting us as we're climbing up, we'll be good. It's a little hint to go roll off here. I think that might have been a mistake, actually. Oh, I should have plunged attacked. My liver, man. That looks painful. What kind of damage does the Needle Miracle do? I don't really know. Miracle damage. I don't know how this classified. You should get banned just for that pun. Thought I pulled that out. So that's one of the tougher parts of playing a HUDless run. Oh, this animation though. I feel like I have so much sass. There's 2 giants up here? Oh, okay, I remember now. So for some reason I was combining this spot and the one down there in my head. This spot was a little bit annoying. I think you could run away from them. Or maybe... I remember. And since we just got rid of the one down there, we should be okay. I don't think the other one's shooting at us anymore. Tim says, you think I'm insane for playing without the HUD, to be honest? I mean, it helps to play without it entirely. For, like, getting used to how much damage you take before you need to heal for, like, the boss fights, mostly. Also, this is sometimes stuff like this is just like good filler footage. And then there's like a little ladder over here. So I feel like I tend to die more from the HUD not being present than a lot of my mistakes. I'm probably wrong about that. Hey, we get 3 more Eyes of Death for our Covenant. Alright. Mick says, favorite music genre? I don't know if I have just one. I like a lot of rock. I do like a lot of classic music too, like orchestral stuff. Does this take us back up to the top? Yeah, okay. Alright, so now we're out of here. Now we just have to deal with all the bone wheels, which have killed me a lot. So out of the frying pan into the fire, essentially. Tim says, if you remember correctly, all miracles are all magic damage, just scaling off faith rather than intelligence. Emlyn, welcome back in. Bolster says, you bet lots of favorite genres, anime opening J-Rock. I mean, there's some good tunes there, don't hate. Rat says, since both magic and miracles do magic damage, does that actually make it soul damage? So those are both qualities of the user's soul boosting one damage type. Could the same be applied with strength and dex? I mean, you could essentially say like all the damage is related to soul. Because you use souls to bump up your intelligence in this game as well. It all comes back to that. So the real trick is trying to get to Vamos' room unharmed. But I guess it'll probably be a little bit faster since we've gotten everything. Okay. So I actually need 2 hits. Or just the running slash. Okay. He seems like a big weeb. No, I'm not a big weeb. I just learned Japanese. Because that's what normal people do. If anything, I'm king weeb. That's probably a quote that I'll regret with you guys. Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. The goal was in sight. Shut up, Effervescent. You jinxed me. How dare you? You're banned. Can't wait until he gets out of the tomb, then dies to the bone wheel skeletons. See, the good thing about being bad is I don't even have to intentionally make those highlightable clips. They just happen as a product of my lack of skill. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get died. But let's make some more mistakes. Don't kill me. Oh, almost. This is probably a bad spot now that I think about it. Well, what took us 3 years before has only taken us like 1 minute now. Do we get to see Protag PvP? I might turn on PvP for a little bit. Maybe when I go fight Kirk. But generally, I turn off the online stuff just because having a bunch of ghosts and messages populated just kind of looks a little bit like a hot mess. For gathering footage, at least. Souls are brain vitamins? Yes. And also welcome back, Stellaby. Faith is non-physical dex. Effervescence says, let's be honest, everyone who bothers to learn the Japanese writing system is just a massive weeb like you. Or just, you know, massive masochists. Speaking and listening really isn't too bad, but the writing is... it exists. Am I gonna die? Should have known better. Should have just gone to the safe spot. Fun interactive enemies. King Weeb, High Lord defeat from the Hudless Lands. Oof. I hate this last protagonist lore. It needs to die. It needs to link the flame. That's what it needs to do. Phobos doesn't identify as a weeb, but you think you fit it by definition. Generally, like, I mean, this is pretty stupid, and I'm pretty sure chat doesn't really care, and we're all just joking, but, weebs tend to lack social awareness, and more or less fetishize the culture as opposed to appreciate it and interact well with it. That's the way that I tend to look at it. Should live through this fall. I don't think this damages. No, it definitely doesn't. That makes you a closet weeb? No. I mean, there is a difference between, like, the two. Alright, let's, play smart and eventually turn this into a mistake reel again. Oh god. Stop locking on. Run away. Run away. Ugh. We at the safe zone? Sweet. Screw you guys. I'm not going home, apparently. I need to get a little bit closer. That's why I didn't want to get closer. Stop making fools out of me. Now I'm just playing way too scared. Alright, okay, I'm starting to learn their AI a little bit better. Their AI walking into invisible walls, that is. Oh, 3 of those left. Okay, we're okay. Rat says, fandoms just tend to lack social awareness in general. All they usually know is their own jokes and cannot understand why people outside the fandom cannot find it funny. A little bit. Soliloquy says, if you can speak perfect Japanese, even if your vocabulary is pretty small, so long as you know how to ask for definitions and understand them in more basic Japanese, you can get by as a gaijin there. Yeah, you don't even really need that much depending where you are. But you are definitely not wrong. But you can say that almost for any language. As long as you're able to circumlocute and work out what people are trying to ask of you and know... I thought I was going to get hit by behind. From behind. Was that its corpse? That just scared the crap out of me. I was like, where did that one come from? Just trying to run. But may as well. God, I'm almost dead. Ah. Too scared to heal. Should have just healed. Well, I shouldn't have walked into it either way. So much for being slow and methodical. More like slow getting out. Just run, you fatuous smooth brain. You're not wrong. The last time I ran, I got died right in front of the bonfire. So I was trying to avoid that because I was at full health. I just don't have the health to live. Anime profile picture equals weeb. I don't have a Garamond body pillow. He has a Murgo as a tenant body pillow. I don't have any Dakimakura. So that's how I banish you guys, by proving I'm not a weeb and calling it a Dakimakura. Sure you guys believe that. Effervescent has spent enough time in Japan to know you don't want to live the rest of your life there. You don't want to work 60 to 80 hours a week with a wife who hates me only to jump in front of a train at the end of it all. Holy crap. That got darker than Dark Souls real quick. It's not a body pillow, it's a blanket. That's Bobbin's dream. Sounds pretty sweet. All right. So let's be King Smooth Brain here. Wasn't trying to lock on. I got locked on. So now we should be okay. We got 3 of them this time. That'll be a little bit better for later on. Alright, alright. The moment of truth to get to the old Vamos bonfire. I mean, really, I could just farm and overlevel the area. Let's get the aggro. Alright, now let's run in. Oh, no, 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 no. This is not going well. Where did that one come from? We're screwed, guys. We're screwed. We're screwed. If I say we're screwed, we're safe. If I say we're screwed, we're safe. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. By alright, I mean that was not alright. That was pretty terrible. Oh, let's just use the one. So I wonder if they put this bonfire here just to get out of the tomb a bit more. Otherwise, it'd probably just take a lot more farming to do. Why can't you just admit you're a weeb? Last pro body pillow win? Never. What the? Oh, they like tricked me. I'm screwed. Okay. Weeb is the true face of man? No. Bleep says, because by definition, weebs unrealistically and inaccurately idolize Japan. Yeah, that's pretty much the real thing. Like, that was what I was trying to fail to articulate earlier. Like, they more or less just fetishize the country rather than looking at it realistically as a real place with issues. But to be fair, like, every place has issues. I guess that makes me sound worse, but... Oh yeah, you can roll in here. What am I thinking? Did I hit it? Yeah, okay. Vamos can be your supportive waifu. Don't they come in from the back too? Linger too long, or did we already get those? This entire area right here is kind of intense, like no joke. Especially since I didn't get rid of the Black Knight, otherwise I'd try to YOLO it a bit more. I thought there were a lot more. There has to be a lot more. Oh, there was one almost getting me. I was afraid of that. Wait, why didn't it? Was I facing backwards? I thought my shield should have stopped that. Alright. Endurance is a great stat to level early. Why to categorize people by a cartoon style? There's a little bit of a truth to like the anime profile picture. It's a stereotype kind of for a reason. Let's intercept these dudes. Oh, that's not how you intercept them. Too slow. Leap says, let's not pretend the US is the best place to live ever. I agree. I don't think... I mean, anywhere you go, one can always argue that the grass is greener elsewhere. Every place has its issues, but... the denial of them is the real problematic thing. Damn it. We're dead. Okay. So I need to be faster. Or I could just run away and deal with things as they come. You can avoid pulling the ones on the way to Pinwheel if you stay to the left side of the room. Okay. Where are we going? There's a third one. I don't know. Okay. Why did that not hit him? We'll just deal. Stay to the left. Let's... Where's the Black Knight? Is he not in Remastered? Oh, waited too long. Okay. Protag, why are you leveling endurance so early? From a personal experience, you only need to reach 20 endurance by the time you go to Seath. Because I went to wield wear the Elite Knight set. That's pretty much the main thing. So we might go to like Darkroot Garden next. What am I doing? Getting distracted. So that way we can go kill Havel's Knight in a moment here. And then what else? That'll allow us to wear more stuff. Okay, sweet. That's really the main reason. Trying to do the cosplay run, and I can't afford to just fat roll everywhere. Deacon 6, welcome back in. Oh, it's not a good time to join. No, it's fine. I mean, I knew what hell I was bringing on myself trying to go see Reah this early. It's not the first time I've done it. But yeah, it's definitely a more difficult way to begin the game. So I guess we need to fall in that little hole. Oh no, never mind. Okay, so this is where the Titan Knight Demon was. So now we can go back to where the Gravelord Covenant was. We need to get our bonfire again. So I don't remember how to get back up from here. I think we have to go through... Oh, okay, never mind. It'll cycle all the way back around. So let's hopefully not die up here. Skeleton boys. I don't know if I killed their controller. Uh-oh, this is not good. Okay, we're good. Well, they dropped souls. I think that means they're dead. Forget about that one that just kind of explodes over here. So this is the one section of the catacombs which I didn't get to show off. Or rather, I failed to before. So those guys will come back. Uh-oh, rolled too far. I goofed. I should have just gone for the bonfire. What am I doing? I'm screwing up. Let's get our item quick. The Dark Moon Seance Ring. You see the statue of the lady again. I think we can clip through this. Maybe not. Oh, screwed up. Oh, damn it. Okay. That was totally my fault. Obviously, it wasn't your guys' fault. Oi. Professor Gomez, welcome back. You said, greetings, hope you're enjoying the stream. You're so sorry you're late. It's all good. You totally got caught up at work, and you forgot you're here. Hope there weren't any welcome to Dark Souls moments like yesterday. No, the welcome to Dark Souls moments were mostly my own undoing. Although we did confirm that you can't fight like Leroy early. Oh, out of stamina. Story of my life. Hey, we got 3 of them. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't gotten the shield yet with as many as we've killed. I guess we haven't really killed a ton, as much as gotten killed by a ton. Oh yeah, these take 2 hits like this. That could have ended badly. And there are 2 more up above. Okay. Let me catch up with you guys because you guys talking a bit. The Black Knight is on the ledge if you go up and drop through a hole next to the coffin. Keep rolling. If you go up the ladder here, you can drop down from the room there. I know you can get behind the Black Knight. I wasn't going to worry about it. We'll have to come back through the catacombs anyway. But I remember the Black Knight will drop down into the pit with all the bone wheels, which is what I was worried about. I look like Pate. Boba says, did you know that Demon Souls had item weight? Sounds like what it is, you could only carry so many items at once. I honestly thought Dark Souls was going to be like that my first time playing through. And it is a bit weird to me that you get like the bottomless boxes and stuff to put in all your items when they don't have weight in your inventory. Boba said, if you ever picked up something that you couldn't carry back to the ground it went, and if you reloaded, gone forever. Sounds rough. Everything says, in Japanese they have this term, karoshi, death from overwork. Sometimes people die literally from doing too much and not sleeping or eating, but most just suicide and train is convenient. You don't mean to be so dark, but there really is a lot of bad stuff you've learned about Japan, having spent so much time there, and knowing so many people. You have no interest in going back. It's unfortunate, but I mean, I understand where you're coming from, too. Tim has to go walk the puppy. Catch you guys later. Thank you. And hopefully we'll see you again, Tim, even though you're probably gone now. Rat says Pate was wearing the best armor in the game. Thinking back to Risk of Rain 2, it'd actually be pretty good for lore through itself due to the hidden lore logs and different item descriptions. Interesting. Bleep says, you think it's a matter of Japan issues goes opposite to the Western strengths. Elda says, Japan has such a boisterous fictional characters considering in real life they're so tame and polite. Well, it's kind of because they're so tame and polite that they have so many boisterous characters. It lets them show a side of their kind of face that they can't show publicly. So they want to relate to those kind of characters because they get to act out ways in society that they don't typically get to in everyday life. There's a reason Japan is nicknamed the land of contradictions. Did you know DS1 still has a remnant of the item weight limit? It's still in the game, just that the limit is impossible to reach unless you have Hackerman skills. Their media is wish fulfillment and escapism. Did they just copy the code or did they cut it? Probably just copied the code and just added an arbitrary super high value. For those guys. Oh yeah, we got the Dark Moon Seance Ring. Is there something else we needed to read? Where's the... Wait, this is the way we just came in. Where are we going? Don't need to drop down there. That's a bad time. Oh, here it is. I'm just blind. They've been reusing this engine for a while, so it makes sense. They've done a good job refining it, though. Yeah. Like, it's really crazy to think that, like, Sekiro is essentially based off this engine. Considering, like, how different the games, like, actually played out. The Yakuza video games are completely different from the Yakuza in real life. They're normally very polite people, like most Japanese people, lol. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to stand out. Also, like, the nature of their business has changed quite a bit since the older times. Not trying to do it like that. But he did his 3-hit combo. Wasn't expecting it. Should have expected it, but... So now we should be okay-ish. I don't know why this one always comes to like this urn spot and just blows up later. You'd almost think there'd be like an item it destroys, but I don't think there is. I really just did that for no reason. I think I shielded it all. Damn it. Why do I suck? Go off the cliff, please. So I already got the stuff in there. Oh wait. This damn dev note. Treasure. Let's go get the next bonfire. By which I mean the old one. Where are we? We're over here? Okay. Oh yeah. If I die like this, that'd be the real welcome to Dark Souls moment. I almost did. Holy crap. Just increase the limit. They still roll after all their R's, right? Please tell me that they do. Yakuza? Oh, they still roll all their R's. Like Japanese people? I mean, kinda. Yakuza have to exist within Japanese society, not against it. Must be doing something illegal. How is it Japan, of all places, had gangsters with a grenade problem of all the countries? I mean, World War II. A lot of leftover munitions and falling into black markets could make that happen. I mean, Korea has a really big landmine problem on the border, but I mean, there's also more of a reason for it. So I think we got everything down there. I just want to confirm, especially since we got that next bonfire. Because I don't want to have to like come back here again. At least through this spot. So now it's broken still? What am I focusing on? Oh. Wait. Heal up. How do we leave here? Well, not like this. I was gonna say I could have just homeward boned. I don't know if I would have been safe enough to do it in there. Maybe there's like a ladder and then you just leave that other way. Rat says, wait, there's a bonfire there? Yeah, so there's like an illusory wall which covers up this bonfire. So that's like one of the benefits of like playing online, because you'll get people telling you about all these messages. Or like all these hidden spots. Alright, so anyway, I don't think there's anything left over there. We're just gonna leave this damn area for real this time. Wait. Why am I going that way? Just kind of put my brain on autopilot. And my navigation system was out of date or something. I don't know. Oh. I tried to kite him over here and got myself killed. Effervescent says, the Yakuza are very much smaller than they used to be in Japan today. You remember you watched a really good documentary on them, which had a cop in it, who lamented their demise and the foreign gangs rising. Like, for example, when a Yakuza guy went and shot up an opposing Yakuza's gang store, he would immediately turn himself into the police because he knows they'd find him eventually. I mean, it's a much smaller world there, so I could see the logic to that. Also kind of sends messages when it happens, I guess. I don't know, like, the super ins and outs. But that just kind of makes sense to me. Rattle my bones. Well, you think the Yakuza games did have examples of that? A lone-ranking Yakuza taking the fall for the gang in certain situations? Didn't know they're real-life cases? Nick says, you meant to say welcome, but you have fat thumbs. What'd you say? I don't even see. Okay. Effervescent says, you always wanted to like the Yakuza games, but you can't stand such a small map and it being recycled for later games over and over. Can't say I've ever gotten into them. Just kind of missed me, I guess. Wow, there's really been that item there that entire time. Well, we can get it later, if I ever remember. And now it fell to its death when I wasn't even trying to do it because I got distracted. Is it glowing over there? Oh, those are just random candles. Okay. I mean, we've already been through here, so this is pretty much the rest of the catacombs. The other day when I was talking, or maybe it was earlier today even, like at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, because I was distracted. I was saying, oh shit, he just parried me. I wasn't saying that. I was saying like this area right here reminded me of the spot where Lap kicks us down in Dark Souls 3. And let me get rid of the archer. What? Oh, he got rid of himself. Like this area right here reminds me of that, like the catacomb style area in Dark Souls 3. I don't think it's the same area, but it does make me wonder. Come on, buddy. Screw it. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill! I'm screwed. Why just all the, like, the simplest ways gets me? I seriously almost took an L like that. Another welcome to Dark Souls moment, as we've been saying. Alright guys, now we're out of our damn hellhole. This only took 3.5 hours. And so, even despite doing all that, patches won't be at the Firelink Shrine. I think somebody in chat was saying you have to kill Nito for that to happen, which isn't like the end of the world, but I think Reah might be fine. At the very least, we did rescue her. Please no. Oh, we're in the clear. Screw this place. I'm going home. And we only gained like one measly level and a ring to show for it. Did I ever equip it? Yeah, I did. Oh yeah, I haven't read a lot of things. Okay. Once we get to the bonfire, I'll try to remember all that we need to read. No more snoring, at least not right now. We did it! Oh yeah, the Dark Moon Seance ring. Okay, so they're right next to each other. Lolster said, we wasted the entire stream going down to Leroy's invasion for nothing. No, it was really to get Reah. The Leroy stuff was just us needing to know, I guess. Effervescent says, the problem you have with Yakuza's map is you've been all over Tokyo. You once walked all the way back from Shinjuku to Nishinipori after missing the last train on a night out. Took over 3 hours walk. Yeah. I mean, that's just kind of one of the necessities of gameplay sometimes. Like, actually, I don't know how well the Spider-Man game did it, but I mean, sometimes like real-life geography has to get shrunken down just for the convenience of gameplay. Philippe asks Effervescent if there's other cities they'd like to see. Okay, so this is the covetous silver serpent ring. The serpent is an imperfect dragon and symbol of the undead. Its habit of devouring prey even larger than itself has led to an association with gluttony. The silver ring engraved with the serpent rewards its wearer with additional souls for each kill. So as I was saying earlier, like one of the differences between the dragons and other creatures is it seems like dragons are devoid of want and devoid of life. And so if we consider that silver serpents, or just, sorry, serpents and snakes in general have a desire for food or things like that, like gluttony, it shows one of the differences between snakes and dragons, and that might be why snakes are imperfect dragons, because they do have these kind of desires which makes them imperfect beings. So the Dark Moon Seance ring. This ring is granted to adherents of Gwyndolin, Dark Moon deity and lastborn of Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight. Grants additional magic attunement slots. The Dark Sun Gwyndolin is the only remaining deity in Anor Londo. His followers are few, but the tasks are of vital importance. So this is the important lore ring as far as like understanding Gwyn's place in the cosmology, for lack of a better term, and that it says most specifically that Gwyndolin is the last born of Gwyn. I think I just called him Gwyn a second ago, so my apologies there. So because of that, it calls into question the roles of characters like Yorshka, who refers to Gwyndolin as an older brother. So at the very least, that would have to mean that Yorshka is not the biological daughter of Gwyn. So she probably refers to Gwyn as father in a more of a metaphorical religious context. And she might also call Gwyndolin her older brother based on that same kind of context, because she calls Guinevere her older sister. But in either case, there is like that Yorshka's chime, which does say that she was given her name by her older brother. I guess technically one could say she might have an older brother other than Gwyndolin, but it's really just a mess, all things considered. Going into some other facets of this ring, it's really interesting that it calls Gwyndolin the Dark Sun here, as opposed to like the Dark Moon. The Japanese used for it, it's like uses the character for shadow before sun, and I guess one way you can think about it is it could mean something like eclipse, a bit more metaphorically than anything literal. Need to check out something real quick. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, let me check out the chat. Super Duper Paratrooper, welcome in. I like your name. You said, greetings LP, been loving the lore vids lately, especially with their work on Bloodborne. After watching my last translation videos, you immediately downloaded the game. Sweet. Have you never played them before? Or at least Bloodborne? It's definitely one of my favorites of the past decade. You spoiled the game for yourself, but damn, that lore is juicy. I don't know how to feel about that. Sorry I inadvertently spoiled the game for yourself, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm also glad that I ended up introducing someone else to the game. And also, welcome to the stream. Effervescent said that they've been all over Japan, though never east of Kobe. You really liked Osaka and never spent too much time there? It's a much cooler, more laid-back, big city, but not too big. Tokyo is always super crowded, yeah, especially with it being like the larger like tourist/business destination. Loster says, you lucky bastard playing Bloodborne for the first time. Sleep says, you don't know how much Sega would want to explore other locales than Tokyo for Yakuza. Rat says, snakes are imperfect dragons, but that means they're all still dragons. I don't think so. As far as what it says, imperfect dragons, if I remember the correct term, I think they use Narisoko Nai, just like they do for, like, the Brain of Mentis or the one reborn in the internal files. So it means, like, they failed to become true dragons, so that's probably why they call them imperfect here. Let me look it up. So, Covetous Silver Serpent? Yeah, no, it says Deki Soko Nai, which is almost the same thing. So, definitely, like, imperfect dragons are not, like, full dragons. So, definitely related to dragons, but probably a little bit different than what Rat was just saying there. Like what Elda says, they're failed dragons. Fleep says, you think Gwendolyn is the Dark Sun when he's taking over Gwyn's role. The moon's light is like the shadow of the sun's. Yes. Mick says, have I ever played Witcher 3? Actually, no. It's on my Steam list, and I have it. I don't have it downloaded, but I got it really cheaply, and because of all of the good word of mouth that I heard about it over the years, I meant to play it. Just haven't gotten around to it for no real particular reason. I've even read the books, so I do have more incentive to do it. I just haven't gotten around to it. Rat says, it's a good look at it, but there's also the fact that the moon reflects the sun's light and does not create it. There's also a way that they meant to write sun instead of sun. No, it's definitely sun as in S-U-N, based on the Japanese kanji. Bobo says, if you go to Japan, you don't want to go to Tokyo, you'd rather go to Kyoto or Osaka. I personally loved Kyoto. It has a very different vibe. Like, I recommend checking out different places. Tokyo seems to have like kind of conquered nature, whereas the way that I look at Kyoto is like it kind of lives more in harmony with it. But very, very different looks at like the modern capital versus the ancient capital. Both places are very enjoyable though, in my opinion. But if you want to avoid crowds, I could definitely see why you don't necessarily want to go to Tokyo. But there's definitely spots in Tokyo that aren't quite as crowded, but I suppose that's kind of a lie depending on what you're used to. Like, if you're used to more, like, rural environments, then yeah, it'll seem pretty much crowded no matter where you go, I guess. So, never mind me. Fleep says, could be a lucky play on words. Dark Sun does fit with Gwendolyn's theme-wise. He is the new ruler of Anor Londo, but one in the shadows, yes. Effervescent says, unless you have a big interest in ancient Japan or just want to take a selfie outside Nintendo headquarters, then you'd recommend going to Kyoto. So many Chinese tourists. Yeah, there are like a ton of tourists in Kyoto, but it's still enjoyable. Especially if you go to like the less famous sites. Like I loved Kitano Tenmangu and that general area, which is kind of close to like Kinkakuji. So, I mean, still like a lot of tourists, but not everybody goes to like the other sites, I guess. Tetsuo, welcome in. You said, what's up, mates? What'd you miss? You missed me fumbling my way through the Tomb of the Giants for three and a half hours and getting wrecked. I just started a DS3 playthrough. You reached 3/4 Lord of Cinders in 4 hours. Nice. Started DS2 last week, but deleted it in an hour. Will torture yourself with DS2 way later. Fleep says, what's the issue with Chinese tourists? Just the crowds. Well, yeah, there's a lot of crowds, and it is a bit difficult to get photo ops depending on when you go, mostly. And also, just generally, like, a lot of Chinese tourists go with, like, large groups because of, like, what are they called? It's funny because I've caught myself saying like what's it called a lot in these streams, but this term I'm actually like legitimately forgetting what it's called, not just like me failing to find my words. Like tour guide things, tour packages, something along those lines. Like, damn, I'm really forgetting my English right now. Holy crap. Yeah, so they tend to travel with like the tour package things, travel agents, something along those lines. Wow, I'm really failing for my words here. So yeah, they tend to go in like really big groups of like 30 to 50. So if you get caught up into like one of those waves, it can just be a little bit claustrophobic, I guess. Don't do it, Effervescent. Okay, so I don't think he's going to say anything different. Maybe Reah will be here, maybe not.
Did you hear about the maiden?
Wait. I didn't get my footage in order. So let's go a bit more this angle. Ah, damn leaves. Our feng shui, man. It's got to be just right. Yeah, this will be good enough.
Did you hear about the maiden? The virtuous lass came back alone, and in absolute tatters. Did her followers die, or was she abandoned? Who knows? But I suppose we've heard the last from Milady.
Such a jerk.
That maiden? She's shuffled off somewhere. I believe to the undead church. These ruins were probably too awkward for her. You again? There's nothing to speak about, really. Oh, actually, something strange did happen.
He's gonna tell us about the crow. Okay.
No. What now? I'm not up for chatting. Leave me alone.
Okay, sweet. Let's actually go ahead and save it. And then we'll talk to Petrus and maybe go see Reah if she's actually in the undead church. And if all goes to plan, maybe Petrus will kill her if we go to fight the Moonlight Butterfly or something like that. And then we might just reload the game from this point here. Alright. Stella says, your only interest in going to Japan would be to see if people ask if you're from everywhere but the US, like when you're in South Korea. When Elda went to China, a cop there thought he was Japanese. Philippe says, are they the American tourists of the Eastern world or some more specific problem? Kind of. So we actually uploaded. I was afraid I just downloaded because I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Super Duper says, LP, no worries about the spoilers. This isn't your first Soulsborne game, though. Dark Souls 2 is your first experience, and you hadn't played another until now. Interesting. So, unfortunately, I mean, you'll probably learn this if you watch more of my streams. I can't bring myself to get into Dark Souls 2 as much as I'd really like to. So, I'm kind of curious as to the transition from going from Dark Souls 2 into Bloodborne was for you. Because those two games really seem like polar opposites in terms of like how the Soulsbornes play. Wow, Crestfallen really doesn't care. the embassy in China was so lazy when you called because you had a visa mess up. Alright, Effervescent, just be, you know, a little bit more respectful with the terms from now on. Like, I understand you didn't go, like, fully there, but I don't think this is, like, the most appropriate place for that kind of conversation. I don't really feel like it adds a ton to our understanding of the lore. And so for you other guys in chat, I would also appreciate if we don't instigate that stuff a little bit too much. But, I mean, this is generally fine, but it just generally doesn't lead into productive conversations, in my opinion, for talking about video games. Hold on. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. So let's talk to Petrus.
Oh, you again? Me? I've become separated from my lady. I've scoured near and far, but no sight of her. Where could she have gone? My lady, to think I swore to protect you with my life. Your Highness, where have you gone? I am entirely to blame for this. Oh, woe is me. I am unworthy, deathly so. Oh, I'm sorry. Miracles, was it? Sometimes I lose myself. Pay me no mind.
I wonder if I need to, like, die and if you'll say anything different. Look this up. So it's weird that he says Highness, or like my lady. Maybe I don't see the right text right here, but it's more like... Actually, let me look it up over here. Because that's been kind of bothering me for the past couple days. As to whether or not, like, Reah is actually royalty or something different. Yeah, he just says Ojo-sama. Well, I guess because of the Sama, they wanted to make it respectful. I feel like Milady does a pretty good job of that. But going with Your Highness is a bit different. I don't know. I don't know. Because at least with Ojo-sama, it could be more like she's above him in the hierarchy of clerics and all that, and he could just be like being respectful. It doesn't necessarily mean like she is royalty, though. I guess that'd probably be why I'm just thinking about this a bit too much. Okay. Mick says, you think Demon Souls is the polar opposite of Bloodborne? Oh yeah, I haven't played Demon Souls, so you might be right about that. It's pretty defensive, extremely structured, and linear in terms of world design, and ranged magic is the most powerful build. That's what says, you don't hate DS2, but unlike most of what your friends think, you think it's serviceable, even good game, but when you play other Souls-likes, DS2 kind of pales in comparison, not to mention many problems. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I almost feel like Dark Souls 2 might be the... It might be the best, like, break-in point, just because, you don't have the other games to compare it to. I don't know. Super Duper Paratrooper said, yeah, getting used to mechanics took a while, especially since you relied on rolls and dodges in your shield in DS2, and now you had to get the hang of the parry system and getting aggro with your attacks to recover HP. Yeah. So I really, really love the rally system, but it's kind of funny because you can just hop into anybody's stream and kind of tell how familiar they are with the game just based on how they hit the enemies and deal with getting hit. Emlyn says, you think Reah might be related to an important family in the Wavite, so she might be related to Havel or somebody like that. Philippe says, you like how it mechanically expands build, but the levels you get to use those skills on aren't great. Eldest theory is that the Thurland set is Fat Boy armor just because they really wanted Petrus to be fat and they reused the asset. You think Reah is like a living saint. Yeah. It's kind of weird. She might have been trying to get the pilgrimage for the Way of White. Sorry. She might have been trying to get the... What's it called? The Rite of Kindling, maybe to become a Firekeeper. It's a bit weird. Like, some of her quest parallels arenas, or, you know, vice versa here. So, it is a bit curious what they were trying to do with, like, the Way of White and all that. Oh, actually, this is pretty cool.
Hello. I will never forget what you did. I am deeply indebted, for it was not within my power to save Vince or Nico. I cannot thank you enough. In case you have not heard, I am Reah of Thurland. I only wish there was some way I could help you. But I am inexperienced and I only know the art of miracles. If that could be of any help, speak to me again.
Looks like I'm buffering there for a second, maybe? That's unfortunate. Lost says, DS2 is fun in its own way, much uglier than the others, but enjoyable to play. You watched reviews before playing it and felt like people blew its crappiness out of proportion. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just say I don't know. Philippe says, Dark Souls 2 fall is that it's stolen a bit flat to play. In a series like Souls, that's kind of worse than being bad. Stella says, you also like how all of us have failed to spell Reah correctly, and you did it just then too. Elda said, Thurland is a theocracy though, so the Way of White is their governance. Okay. Effervescent says, DS2 is amazing if you go as a mage. Unlike the other Souls games, your spells don't fizzle out, and you can snipe dudes from miles away if you're good at aiming. Okay. So yeah, I tried to play Dark Souls 2 melee multiple times, and it just didn't go for me. So I was saying, like, the next time I try to play it, I'd probably have to try a mage build or something. Because melee is not the way. So many spells, yes, like a living god you stride Drangleic. Tetsu's view on the Souls-likes is Bloodborne, DS1, and DS3 way over DS2. You haven't started Demon Souls since you're too lazy to bring your PS3, and you haven't bought Sekiro yet. You despise Neo, and you hide your power level about Code Vein. Philippe says, the equivalent to the Giant Dad in Dark Souls 2 is the Havel monster, an abomination and Havel armor that could spam hexes and backflip. That doesn't sound like Havel at all.
Would a miracle be of any help to you? I would be most pleased if that was so. May we discuss miracles then? Vince and Nico were fooled by a lout named Patches and turned into hollows. My prayers did them no good. It is my ignorance, my frailty that has sealed their fates. Perhaps Petrus realized my weakness all along, and thus made the decision to abandon me. I can hardly blame him now.
Alright, so that clears up some of the questions we had about this questline. Obviously, when I say we, I really mean me. I just didn't remember. She tells us that it was Patches who kicks them all down into that pit there, and it wasn't Petrus, but it would have been cool to at least have that mystery still there, that it could have been either Petrus or Patches, and they could all be like wolves in sheep's clothing, I guess. Ellen says, one of her miracles has a tie to Havel, if you remember correctly. Yes, and we'll look at her items in just a moment here.
Vince and Nico were fooled, and I...
Okay. So... Philippe says that the mechanics in number 2 could be a bit exploitable. Lolster says, it is written in the script of the universe that you'll play DS2 LP. It is a certainty. Well, maybe if you guys are crazy enough to redeem the... make me play a game for 3 hours a month stream reward. Don't do it, though. Way too much money. More of a joke tier. DS2 is a mage. You'll try it someday? Effervescent says, you liked Code Vein, but there isn't any replayability to it. No such thing as builds in it. Also, once you experience the story, that's pretty much it. That's kind of how I feel about, like, Sekiro. Like, it's a good game, but it's too good of a game for its own good. Does that make sense? didn't like the level design in Code Vein. It looks real ugly. Super Duper Paratrooper says, you're thinking of playing Dark Souls 3 or Sekiro after you finish Bloodborne and the DLC. You'll probably play DS3 first, though, since Souls is calling to you a little more now. I would honestly recommend playing Dark Souls 1. It has a certain level of charm to it that the others don't quite replicate. It's a little rough around the edges, obviously, but I feel like it's a more fluid experience than Dark Souls 2, believe it or not. And also, it allows you to appreciate some of the lore of Dark Souls 3 a bit more if you get into that. Elda says, in Dark Souls 1, the Firekeepers are still going strong. After that, they become rarer and rarer. Your guess the bonfires become less numerous with each inheritance of the flame. Also, I think I missed reading somebody's message out loud. Okay, that was Elda. He said, I don't think Reah is trying to be a Firekeeper, but you think she is a central figure for the pilgrimage for the Rite of Kindling. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if she's trying to be a Firekeeper either. It's just one of those ideas that tickles the back of my brain from time to time. So this is the Divine Blessing. It's holy water from Goddess Guinevere. Fully restore HP and undo irregularities. The Goddess of Sunlight Guinevere, daughter of the Great Lord of Sunlight Gwyn, is cherished by all as a symbol of bounty and fertility. A talisman, we've already seen those. Heal, elementary magic cast by clerics. We've read that one. That one, I think. Homeward, Force, Great Heal, Wrath of the Gods, Seek Guidance, Magic Barrier. Okay, so the Magic Barrier, this will tell us about the Havel stuff. Miracle of Bishop Havel the Rock. Cover body and defensive magic coating. This coating greatly boosts magic defense, assisting warriors who must face the magic which Bishop Havel countered so proficiently. I think there's actually a lot kind of wrong with this. I don't remember the exact words verbatim, so let me look it up again. So, Magic Barrier in Dark Souls 1, right? Okay, so the very first portion when it says Miracle of Bishop Havel the Rock, it's ambiguous in Japanese, so it very well could be read as like one individual. However, later on it says pretty much like Havel bishops or priests or ministers. Actually, okay, wait, no, I take that back. So in the very beginning of the description, it doesn't necessarily that say that Bishop is that Havel is a bishop. It's more like Miracle of Havel the Rock. So, yeah, that could be read as an individual or just a classification of people. Or sorry, it could be read as an individual or a region. So it's a little bit ambiguous there. But then later on, it says Haberu no Shisai, which Shisai means like sage, like the demon fire sage, but Haberu no is Havel, and so this particle no could just mean like it's a sage of Havel or a priest of Havel essentially. So I think it should be clear, at least in this description, that it's not supposed to be an individual in the second portion of it. So it's probably more like the bishops of Havel as opposed to one individual. So. There might be a singular individual known as Havel, and he might also have an order of knights which follow him or take after him. And so Havel lore is kind of problematic as we go throughout the entire series just because of things like this. Elda says, in DS1, the fire... Oh, I read that one. 3 is meant to be played last. The level design in Code Vein is not one of its strong points. Lobster says, don't tempt you. You will do it. You will accelerate fate. Dark Souls 1 got you hooked so strongly. Sekiro has some unique problems. Soliloquy says, in terms of lore and story, you can skip DS2 after you beat DS1 and go straight to 3. You just think of DS2 as sitting alongside DS1 and DS3, but not directly related to it. Kind of. I do kind of know what you mean. Unfortunately, if you really want to get actually like super deep into the lore, DS2 offers a lot in terms of explaining things like light and dark and the nature of the curses and the souls in general. So pick your poison, I guess. You get into too much wolf headspace and getting out with your boy, the world is just not as vibrant as Nightfall. You feel like Sekiro is the kind of game that you just finish if you replay it, you don't try to complete it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, I beat it the one playthrough, and I didn't feel the need to, like, keep playing over and over. It didn't feel like there was a lot more that I needed to unlock and explore, I guess. Super Duper says, you'll be picking up both 1 and 3 then? Sekiro will be left for last, you guys. I mean, while we kind of rag on Sekiro, it's a really, really good game, like, objectively. Like, there are some, like, a little, parts that could have been better, but overall, it was a really good game. It was Game of the Year that year, so it's not a bad game by any means. It just, depending on what your interest is in the Soulsborne games, it has a little bit different things to offer you, and not as much in the way of like lore, so a little bit less interaction in that aspect of it. But with all that being said, everybody, it's been about...
Safe. Farewell, Reah Nox.
I guess she repeats it. It's been about 4 hours now, which is typically what we've been going for coming into these streams. So for all of you who've shown up today, I always appreciate it. And if you've just been lurking or leaving comments, that's perfectly fine. I do appreciate all the views. And so we will continue this playthrough tomorrow, again at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know right now the new PlayStation State of Play is going on, so if you guys are looking for something to fill up some of your time right now, you can check that out as well. So until next time, stay safe, and prithee be careful.